host, for having us in Riyadh and for having arranged so many events and tours some of you have already enjoyed. And I'm welcoming at the table Mr. Hamad Al-Kanhal, who's going to say a few words.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعادة رئيس مجلس المعايير، سعادة رئيس المجلس الاستشاري، السادة الأعضاء، الحضور الكرام. يسعدني أن أرحب بكم في اجتماعاتكم لشهر ديسمبر عام 2024 للمجلس الاستشاري بالمملكة العربية السعودية. يسعدنا للغاية وجودكم معنا اليوم، ويسعدني شخصياً أن أشارككم هذه المناسبة التي تحمل طابعاً خاصاً لي. أول مرة قدمت فيها تجربة المملكة العربية السعودية للمجلس كانت في شهر يونيو عام 2019، وكانت قدمناها عبر العرض التقديمي، حيث شاركني في هذا العرض الأستاذ عبد الله المهذل وكذلك الأستاذ محمد النويصر. ومنذ ذلك الحين أعتبر نفسي متابعاً مخلص لما يقدمه المجلس، وأقدر كثيراً النصائح القيمة التي يوفرها باستمرار. أتذكر بشكل خاص موضوعين تمت مناقشتهما في المجلس مؤخراً: الاستراتيجية للفترة من عام 2024 إلى عام 2025، وموضوعات الاستدامة، والتي دائماً تؤكد على جهود القطاع العام في هذه التوجهات، وتنسجم تماماً مع رؤيتنا واهتمامنا في المملكة بضرورة تعزيز دور القطاع العام في هذه القضايا الحيوية. أتمنى لكم اجتماعات مثمرة، ولن أطيل عليكم، فأنا كغيري من أعضاء المجلس أتشوق للجلوس في الخلف للاستماع إلى نقاشاتكم الغنية ومداولاتكم الثرية. أهلا بكم في الرياض، وأتمنى لكم إقامة ممتعة واجتماعات مثمرة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you very much. I guess I forgot to mention that Mr. Al-Kanhal is Deputy...
I'm a Deputy Minister of Finance for Finance and Accounts.
Sorry. We have today a mix of in-person and online members joining us today. So thank you for being here in person and or online. Unfortunately, I think we do have an apology from Thiago Mello, who cannot attend the meeting today. We also have a large representation of board members, technical advisors and observers in the room and maybe online. So thank you all for your interest in the CAG's activities, and this is always really appreciated. Before we start, let me run you through a few housekeeping matters. As always, for those online, when you're not speaking, please mute your device and don't forget to unmute when you want to speak. I'd also like to remind members online to use headphones for a better connection and to keep their cameras on so that I can easily spot who would like to speak when you raise your hands. It will also ensure that we have a more collaborative session, which can be challenging in a hybrid situation. Okay, so I've just been informed that Thiago has just joined online. So we do have a full, yeah, okay, good, very good. So without further ado, let's kick off the meeting. So first and foremost, we need to approve the June 2024 CAG minutes. So does anybody have comments on the minutes in the room or online? Nobody raised his flag in the room. What about online? Okay. Do we have any hands raised? No. Okay. So thanks all. The 2024 June CAG minutes are being approved. Okay. Now, with respect to the CAG's agenda, as an advanced teaser, you'll see in a moment that we've initiated a new format for our morning implementation sessions, which I hope you will appreciate. Other than that, what do we have in store for today's agenda? Well, we'll start with a presentation from the World Bank on a new approach of public finance management. Then after the morning break, we've arranged for a panel discussion to share experiences on IPSAS implementation in the Middle East and how this could help the IPSASB developing its maintenance activities. Just before lunch, you'll hear from Ross about the progress of the IPSASB's work program, and that will end our morning session. After lunch, and as a follow-up of this morning's implementation session, we'll kick off the afternoon with the IPSASB's proposed processes to carry out the IPSASB's maintenance activities, namely the IPSASB application panel and the post-implementation reviews. Then we'll have a more technical session on the project presentation of financial statements to try and advise the board on how to move forward on the presentation of revenue and expense items not presented in surplus deficit. And last but not least, the last session of the day is designed to have the CAG advise the board on the proposed next steps to advance public sector on sustainability reporting. And let's not forget our usual closed session at the end of the day. Okay, right. I'm happy to launch our first session of the day with an initiative called Reimagining Public Finance that the World Bank is currently promoting. That initiative aims at proposing and testing an approach focused on the role that the management of public resources can play in promoting better development outcomes. For the attention of the board members in the room, please bear in mind that the session for the board on Wednesday will not be a repeat of today's session. So with those few introductory words, I'd like to welcome Dmitry Gorfinkel at the table. Dmitry has been a financial management specialist in the World Bank, in the World Bank's governance global practice since 2012. Dmitry is going to present the topic together with Timothy Williamson, our CAG member from the World Bank. Tim is online. Unfortunately, he couldn't travel. So Dmitry, Tim, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fabienne. Good morning, good afternoon, colleagues. It's really great pleasure to attend in person both meetings, the CAG and IPSAS boards meetings. It's the first time I'm attending this meeting, and it's really great to see all the colleagues in person. And it's also great to be back in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and see many familiar faces and also see the implementation program of the cash to accrual reform. I'm not even mentioning the weather. I spent the past 2 weeks in Europe, and between the rain and snow, I was just dreaming about arriving to KSA and forget about the winter a little bit. First of all, we would like to appreciate the invitation for us to be here, to have this opportunity to share with you the reimagining of public finance initiative, and also to request your kind feedback and on this initiative. The main objective of this intervention is to ask for your insight and feedback from both CAG and IPSAS board members on these public financial management initiatives that internally we call reimagining public finances, given the critical role of public sector accounting in the effective operation of the public financial management system, which is more than obvious for me as a fellow accountant. As you may know, public finance is one of the most important policy tools of the governments in promote development. This is because the ways in which government raise and spend public resources, which have an impact on most aspects of country development, from economic growth to income distribution, and from service delivery to crisis response. The international community, including the World Bank, has been supporting development country and the use of public financial management tools in promoting development of outcomes for decades. Spending billions of dollars, however, unfortunately getting some mixed results. Moreover, in more recent years, economic crisis, global pandemic, regional conflicts, and increasing challenges from climate change have made the job managing public resources even more challenging. The Reimagining Public Finance Initiative proposes a new approach to public finance reform, which focuses on strengthening the role of public finance in achieving development outcomes and identifying and understanding the bottlenecks and developing solutions to them. The assumption of proposed approach is that fiscal policies are an important part of broader public policy and government formulate and implementation. Other public sector systems such as IFMIS and Human Resources Management Information System also play a critical role alongside the system in affecting service delivery. Most importantly, all of the systems operate within a broad context of formal and informal institutions, including people, who in turn have their powers and interests, the incentives they may face, and how this factor affects the decision that they ultimately take. This is in turn affects the feasibility and policy and effectiveness of delivery, and ultimately the public sector results and development outcomes the countries are able to achieve. During today's session, we will have several activities, starting with the presentation of my colleague Tim Williamson of the initiative itself. We are going to have a question and answer session on the proposed framework, as well as an open discussion around 3 questions that we share with you in advance to this meeting to get your insight and feedback on the initiatives. Please also take a few minutes to provide your feedback on your experience and opinion on public finance reform in the first questionnaire we share with you, in case you have not done that already. Tim is also going to share with you the link in case you have a chance to do it right now. Tim, are you connected? The floor is yours.
Yes, I am, Dimitri, and thank you very, very much for that introduction. And firstly, I'm very, very sorry that I'm unable to be with you in person, but it's great to see Dimitri there. And yes, I'm also suffering from the adverse weather, and I'd rather be with you in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And it's wonderful that you are being hosted there. So thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dimitri, for the great sort of introduction to the initiative. So I will now, technology permitting, share the presentation. Can you all see that?
It's coming.
Okay.
Yes.
Very good. So the Reimagining Public Finance Initiative, as Dimitri mentioned, is sort of comes as we feel at the World Bank. It's a great time an opportunity to take stock on how the discipline or the area of public financial management has evolved over this century, over the first quarter of this century, and it's and one of the sort of the points of departure is it's 25 years since, or now more than 25 years since, the publication of the World Bank Public Expenditure Management Handbook, which in many ways set out a lot of the frameworks or at least crystallized them in terms of what we think of today in public financial management, and the the sort of and what we're doing today in terms of it set out the 3 objectives of public financial management in terms of macro-fiscal discipline, strategic resource allocation, and operational efficiency in the achievement of public policy objectives. And it certainly influenced me in the way I did my work early on in my career. And then since then, there's been a lot of success in developing sort of international norms and standards in terms of public financial management, whether it's the PIFA framework or not least the development of IPSAS and the board that will be meeting this week. Well, that has all taken place in the last 25 years, and as Dimitri said, there's been substantial investment in PFM systems, and some success in improving those systems. In fact, a lot of success. But I think there is a bit of, I suppose, dissatisfaction and restlessness about the community about the impact that the efforts that we have, whether it's strengthened budgeting systems, strengthening accounting systems, strengthening financial reporting, and the shift to accrual in improving PFM outcomes. And as Dimitri mentioned, there are a number of new pressures on public finance, not least because of the triad of crises of climate, COVID, and conflict as well. And this is contributing to the fiscal squeeze and reemergence of debt, and issues around growing inequities. And so these pressures are new, but they're also persistent challenges faced in PFM. And if you look at the World Bank PEM handbook, which is still available online, there are a list of sort of 20-odd challenges that the governments face in the management of public funds back in 1998, and a lot of them are still relevant now in the first quarter of the 21st century. And related to that, there's been increasing criticism of the impact of public finance reform, and debate on the reasons why that is the case, and a genuine debate of whether it is the framework or the approach that we're taking, or how we're implementing the approach for PFM reform. So in short, there's much progress, many lessons learned, many persistent and new challenges. But we felt it is a sort of a perfect time for a rethink, or at least looking back on what we've achieved, and looking forward to see is there something the community can do differently in maximizing the impact on development outcomes. So that's the background. Let me take and I hope that many of you have had a chance to fill in the questionnaire that we sent, the first part of the questionnaire, which is about looking back and about taking stock, and to say, do we think there is need to have this discussion and have this rethink? We'll come up to that question to ask you as CAG members about your reflection on that. So let's first talk about the conventional approach to public financial management and development. Typically, we start with the PFM system, and a lot of our efforts are centered around strengthening the PFM system around the norms and standards that have been established. And our assumption is that if we strengthen budgeting systems, if we strengthen budget execution, financial management systems, financial reporting, and external scrutiny and audit, that will automatically have an impact on PFM outcomes, and that in turn will improve development outcomes. And this is in many ways what we believe in the community, that what we do in the world of public financial management reform is critical for development outcomes. But we make we do make the assumption that strengthening the PFM system will have that impact. And what we're saying, that just doing that may not be enough. It may be necessary, but it may not be sufficient in ensuring that this transmission mechanism actually has that effect. So what in the Reimagining Public Finance initiative we're trying to do is turn this a little bit on its head, and ask, what is the role of public finance in achieving better development outcomes? So starting with the development outcomes, and say what are the key bottlenecks that need to be addressed that are preventing that from happening. So by better articulating the role and where this this role breaks down, we'll be in a better position to make that deliberate link between and mend the transmission mechanisms to ensure that public finance role has a role in development outcomes. So the starting point of the proposed framework is development outcomes, whether it's better health, better education, greater economic resilience, or response to climate change, or better climate outcomes, or better resilience, let's say, to climate or the energy transition. So, and we're saying that public sector results have an impact on those development outcomes. And this is a general sort of theory of change. So we try to map out a theory of change, both of the public sector in terms of public sector institutions, public policy, and public sector systems that impact on both developing feasible policy and the capability of governments to deliver the public sector results that may impact on development outcomes. And they say within this sort of ecosystem of the public sector, we say that public finance, and which is the combination of fiscal policy and public financial management, sits within the public sector and interacts with public policy and public sector systems to generate feasible policy, delivery capability, and the achievement of public sector results. And key in this are the institutions, the organizations, and as Dimitri mentioned, the people involved in the management of public resources for development results. But it's very much working backwards and asking the two questions that I mentioned in the previous slide is, what is the role of public finance in achieving those development outcomes? And what are the key bottlenecks that are preventing public finance from having that impact? So let me take an example of education. So perhaps we have a challenge, a development challenge in a country of low levels of basic literacy and numeracy. And one of the things that we have overseen in developing countries is a big expansion of let's say, education over the last 25 years. But levels of literacy and numeracy have been stubbornly low. So so despite a big increase in public resources going to to basic education, there is still a learning crisis. And so in terms of this framework, what do we want to think about? So what might be the public finance bottlenecks that are there? There may be a lack of credible, affordable, and realistic costing plans, unpredictable financial flows for non-salary spending, an absence of objective criteria for investment decisions, and centralized procurement of learning materials disconnected from school needs. And these affect the achievement of fiscal policy results in terms of teachers being poorly paid and not distributing according to staffing norms, and no spending for development and oversight, an absence of spending on teacher development, maybe a squeeze on operational funding, and investments that reinforce existing inequalities in access, such as investing in existing schools rather than dealing with inequities in access. And then what are the public sector results of this? Poorly motivated teachers using old-fashioned pedagogical methods, insufficient, unpredictable availability of learning materials, and inequitable distribution of schools, and poor condition of infrastructure. So you see that there's a chain of how, and then in terms of this chain of results, if one is going to maximize the impact of public finance on development results, it's critical that we identify and address these public finance bottlenecks, not just strengthening the PFM system per se in alignment with norms and standards, but in addition, explicitly addressing these bottlenecks. So before we go into our discussions, I just want to say say what next in terms of the steps we're taking in terms of this Reimagining Public Finance initiative. And we're currently in the middle of the first phase of this exercise, which is sort of looking back in terms of what has been achieved over the last 25 years, and then also looking forward. And so part of this is this global conversation that we're having with different stakeholders, groups of stakeholders, whether it's regional groupings of public finance professionals, budget officials, and different types of and the different sort of communities, whether it's macro fiscal colleagues, it's the audit community, or in this case the accounting community within governments. We're trying to get the different disciplines and also interact with sectoral stakeholders as well, such as the communities in health, in education, colleagues dealing with economic resilience, climate change, gender. So we're trying to have a conversation with different sets of groups which interact with public finance. We're carrying out supporting research. We'll prepare a global report, but also in terms of this conversation we're having, we're having a global conference in March on public finance reforms that is actually coinciding with the next IPSASB meeting that the World Bank is hosting as well. So we're going to have that meeting, which have the pleasure to host. So we're going to have that meeting at the time of the board meeting in March. That conversation, bringing the stakeholders, the different groups of stakeholders together, and then after that, taking stock in that report, then we'll try and say, are there a set of principles or a set of new way of working that we need to sort of promote to make public finance work more deliberately for public policy and development results. And then will be the process of putting this into practice, which will involve developing resources and complementary tools to the existing toolkit that we have in public finance reform, and looking to build a community and working more deliberately in development outcomes. And hopefully then in 25 years' time, we may have nudged and influenced practice in a way that the public finance is more effective in that, having that impact in terms of development results. So let's start by asking open questions. I think we have nearly an hour to discuss this. So maybe we can, and maybe I can hand over to Dimitri and Fabienne in the room, so they can manage this discussion. And I'm really excited about to hear from my colleagues on the CAG, and this time not participating but listening to the discussion and reacting to it. So I expect lots of difficult questions and challenging comments from my colleagues on the CAG to our proposals, because we want genuinely to have a debate, and this is about having a debate, and you will have different views on how far we've come, what the issues are, and whether what we're proposing may add value or not. So thank you very, very much for the opportunity to present to you, colleagues, as well.
Thank you, Tim. Back here to the room. So let's start with any question you might have about the Reimagining Public Finance initiative itself and the proposed framework in general. Anybody from the room or connected online are welcome to raise your hands and ask any question you might have. Tim, I think there may be a question online. No.
Okay.
Anybody from the room? Crystal clear, the presentation and the new approach? Yes, Agnieszka.
Thank you for the presentation, and I'm sorry I missed the homework exercise for the CAG members somehow with the questionnaire. Sorry about that. If you could elaborate a bit, because I'm not sure whether I got the picture correctly, about how the proposed framework could be implemented in the individual country. So how do you see that? Let's assume that someone is interested within a country to into the framework. So if you could elaborate a bit about the effects for individual country, how would the framework work actually?
Tim, probably you would be the best person to respond to this.
Okay, so I think practically the framework starts off with a country sort of identifying sort of what are its most pressing development challenges. Let's say I gave the example of the learning crisis, but it may be to do with climate, maybe a lot in the region of the Middle East and North Africa, where you're sitting is, let's say, water resources and are scarce, and perhaps the establishment of water security is perhaps an issue. And then one would ask, in terms of thinking explicitly about the theory sort of putting together a theory of change of what is the role of public finance in achieving that development outcome, and then map that out through in terms of the public sector results the government is trying to achieve, and then the role of the public sector in achieving those results, and then what is the role of public finance, and where is that breaking down, and trying to identify the bottlenecks, both explicitly the role and the bottlenecks, or the constraints that are preventing that from happening, and then alongside investing in core public finance systems to try and say what is the actual how does one go about solving those problems, and actually taking what we call a problem-based approach to reform, and bringing together both the stakeholders involved in that reform in terms of that bottleneck, and bringing them together to identify and then understand the causes of that failure in public finance playing its role, and addressing those, and then trying to develop a plan to address those challenges, which will be specific and specific to context. And that goes alongside the approach of strengthening core, let's say, budgeting and accounting systems. And then thinking about that, and we will ask you that question alone, is in terms of different disciplines, what is the role in terms of resource allocation, but also what is the role of let's say, financial reporting, both by the entities involved, but the government overall, in terms of how can those different disciplines have an impact on those different development results. But you need to look at those individually, but also collectively across the piece, because part of the problem in public finance is the competing development priorities, and how does one look at the trade-offs between achieving different development objectives. I don't know if that answers your question. But part of it is a genuine debate about how do we do this better. So I hope you have lots of ideas as well of how one might achieve this.
Team colleagues, if I may, to complement a little bit this comment. So many times we focus on implementation public financial management reforms or public sector accounting reform as the end in themselves. But the paradigm change of the reimagining public finance is to see how public financial management system or public sector accounting system could contribute to achieving development goals and results. So the approach is a little bit different. So what we need to identify, what is the role of public financial management or public sector accounting reporting in achieving these more long-term goals and impacts, and how it could be done. Thank you. I think we have several questions, Fabienne.
So we have Ada. Ada, if you want to fire away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Fabienne, and good morning, everybody. Ada Fai from member of CAG, working at the Global Fund, and to Tim and Dimitri, I think this is such an important initiative because within the health sector, we already see and have evidence that the maturity of the public financial management system of a country and then the achievement of certain health outcomes are directly linked. And in countries that are usually struggling the most in achieving their health outcomes, the maturity of the public financial management system is also low. And I like the new framework in the sense that it is now linking the development outcomes and the effectiveness of the PFM reform. To be most effective, I think we need to go further to look at even the financial and programmatic sustainability of investments in the sectors. Because when you look at many countries today and you look at the balance of how the public finance system benefits from both external and domestic resources, the sustainability of those development outcomes is a challenge and is not clearly captured in the public finance system or the public accounts of government. We really look forward to collaborate with the bank in this area. It is more important today than ever before. Thank you very much. Very supportive.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ada. And I don't know, I suppose I should come in, Dimitri, allowing and sort of agreeing with you. And also, I think one of the key constraints and key issues is the sustainability of investments. And I'm thinking about the other country I should be visiting this week, which I'm unable to do, is Pakistan. But my colleague Richard, who will be joining Dimitri on Wednesday with you on the IPSASB consultations, will be going on to Pakistan as well. But one of the constraints is a serially low investment in the core core basic healthcare system, and also that there are a number of public finance constraints that have been persistent for the last 20-25 years around both the amount, but also the availability of resources at the front line for service delivery in health facilities. And part of the issue is that those are the kinds of constraints that need to be, and bottlenecks, as we call them, that need to be addressed alongside strengthening the core PFM system to enable the public finance system to work for delivery in a sector like health. So Richard will be able to talk about that as well later in the week. Dimitri?
Thank you, Tim. Fabienne?
Well, Helen, if you want to give it a go.
Hi there, good morning. Tim, I just wondered if you could talk to how you might be working with the other IFIs, and particularly given the G20 evolution for the banks particularly. And then I'm very intrigued about how then you link this to the UN SDGs and plans that are already there. If you could just talk a little bit about that.
Okay, so in terms of working with IFIs, we are sort of consulting with the different development banks, and we've had consultations with the fund and will continue to do so. And so, for example, within ADB, we've had, I think even last week, a sort of a meeting with the team that works on public financial management, Lewis and team, and we are planned to have basically a feedback session similar to this with the PFM colleagues working in ADB, both in Manila, but more broadly. And similarly, we're trying to have similar engagements with the different development banks, and also invite them to the sort of the collective meeting in March. So yes, and we are also, part of that is we are also consulting with and working with UNDP as well. So they and UNICEF and other UN agencies, but UNDP have had a series of events on public finance and the SDGs, and so we're engaging with them. And I think there's another event, is it in January or February, that we're working with them on, and I think we'll use that forum to consult on this. And yes, and this is a lot of these exercises are feeding into the the financing for development sort of arena as well. So I mean, it's very much part of the process, because I think and linked to the SDGs. But although and a lot of the research we are doing in terms of we're doing thematic research is linked to the SDGs, as using that as an anchor in terms of trying to be more deliberate about identifying the role of public finance and the potential bottlenecks, because we see, and hopefully this can help put an organizing framework around some of these discussions, and a deliberate organizing framework around I think there is a lot of demand for thinking about this in this way that we're seeing as we have these consultations. So yes, it's part of the mix. I wouldn't say I think in the bank as a writ large is quite a big institution. We're not necessarily our engagements are not necessarily leading with the financing for development. We're hoping this is an impact, because we're finding as we have discussions from the governance global practice perspective of the World Bank, this is sort of appears, we'll see with this discussion, to be fertile ground for this kind of thinking.
We have Anthony online.
Yes, thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation, Timothy. Very excited if this project moves forward and is successful. I think performance auditors around the world will cheer. That is the way that a performance auditor looks at the world in terms of the outcome relationship modelling, or the results chain analysis that you described. I think there might be some challenges in terms of being finance led, because the integration with executive teams across strategy and policy, as well as finance and other systems components of the open system within the organisations and the public entities, will be the key challenge moving forward. I am interested in your introduction related to essentially the length of time as being the key driver or the key challenge for this reform. But are you able to expand more on the detail around those challenges for me? Thank you.
Sorry, just to understand the question, so saying, because I may have sort of may have not misspoken, but not explaining myself. So I think there are two sets of things. One is, progress in building the institutions around public finance reform does take time, but I think there's a separate thing where there's a lot one can do now to make public finance in the short term and existing institutions and systems work better for delivering outcomes. And I think there's a lot. My first proper job was working in the Ministry of Finance in Uganda in the late 1990s, and there were weak institutions and systems, but a lot was achieved in using additional resources, driving it through the budget, through the albeit weak systems to achieve development results. So what we're saying is that there are things, and I think climate change is an example where we can't wait for 10, 15 years for strong institutions. We have to do things now with the existing systems and institutions that we have to actually deliver results. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. And I think that's part of this is balancing the long-term investments in building institutions with the prerogative of doing things now. The debt crisis isn't going to wait till we've built fantastic debt management systems and everyone has accrual-based financial statements to make the decisions. We have to make the decisions to put a path onto fiscal sustainability now. So I don't know whether that sort of asks your question, but there's a trade-off between action now and building institutions which take time.
Yeah, to an extent, it's more around the sort of the key drivers of this focus from the World Bank.
Why we're doing this now is, I mean, it was just more, I think, a confluence of having it. Well, we did have an internal debate within the World Bank because there are different views on this, and there are still different views on this. And there was a genuine debate of whether there was a need to take stock, because there are stakeholders within and outside the bank who do feel that the system isn't broken. We just need to carry on and do more. And actually, so there is, and you know, I think, to be fair, a lot of the investments we made have had a significant impact. But I think and this is why we're framing the first phase of this event as a debate, rather than saying we have to do things differently, because there are those in the PFM community that do not think that the discipline is broken. And in fact, you know, there has been, I mean, I think IPSASB is a case in point, where there has been a new institution that's building that has had impact and has a potential for great impact going forward. But we need to, but it's about how do we harness that going forward. But I think this is about, there was a debate going on. So part of this was to try and sort of bring that debate more explicitly out in the open, and saying, in the context of this debate, is there something we can propose of doing things differently that doesn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, but says build something sort of additional, which would maybe address the criticism that is out there as well.
Thank you, Tim. Just before I go to Jan and then Gustavo, I just want to remind observers at the back of the room that there is a roaming mic. So if you want to ask questions, you're welcome to do so. Jan, you've been waiting patiently. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne, and just taking advantage of not chairing the session today to sort of add a few comments. I think certainly would congratulate the bank on a very good initiative, I think, in terms of taking that step back and doing that diagnosis phase. I think the challenge with this in terms of really making change going forwards is probably twofold, actually. I think firstly, probably to pick up on Helen's point, I think the really important thing is going to be the dialogue, not only internally within the bank, but I think also with other partner organizations around the world. And I think that's not only during this phase. I think it's very good that you're reaching out in this phase, but I think having then had perhaps taken the results of that back into the bank, I think it's going to be very important from the point of view of getting buy-in and therefore achieving change on the ground, that there's a clear phase of actual sort of consultation on the proposed diagnosis and solution coming out of this. And I wasn't quite clear from the presentation how you see that phase going on. Perhaps building on Agnieszka's point, I think it's one thing, the sort of that, if you like, theoretical model type of debate. Really, to make a change on the ground, I think it's going to be very important to support jurisdictions, in terms of how do they actually make change on the ground. There's going to be a need for, if you like, a gap analysis at a jurisdiction, and maybe even, within sectors, within countries. And then, how does that gap analysis work? How do you then support them developing a roadmap to implement the changes at the the country or the sector, ultimately within entities? I think that really is the challenge. So I think, thinking about it in those two stages, particularly that, how do we get buy-in from other partners to the proposed solution, and then what does that mean in terms of a kit for implementation? The other point I would make is, I think in that discussion, again, it's taking the best of what's already there. And I do think, there are a lot of tools around, but certainly a couple of points that I would just lodge is, I think, thank you for drawing IPSASB and the CAG into that debate. I think certainly we have two existing pieces of guidance that I think will be very relevant in this space. That's recommended practice guideline 3 on service performance, which links together inputs, outputs, and outcomes reporting, and secondly, sustainability of reforms has been mentioned, and certainly financial sustainability in the longer term will be important, which is, of course, where RPG1 comes in. The other area, not our responsibility, but I think is certainly worth looking at, which again is on this theme of connecting inputs, outputs, and outcomes, is I would certainly suggest having a look at the integrated thinking and integrated reporting work that is now part of or is now owned by the IFRS Foundation, because again, that links together thinking about governance, risk management, and so on. And that very much underlies the approach that the IPSASB has taken, and indeed we're proposing in terms of approaching climate change, but it will also work with other models. So, that builds in thinking from the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures and so on. So I think the point is actually there's a lot out there. Don't feel that you have to reinvent all those wheels. Make use of the best, and then really think about how this is going to, countries will be supported in making change on the ground.
Thank you, Ian. Tim, do you want to?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Ian. And I think those are all, and yes, I didn't say a proper thank you for this opportunity that we've been given by IPSASB and the CAG to make to consult you and to get your input, and I think part of the issue we do is want to build on what is out there rather than reinvent the wheel. But it's how do we put a lot of the good work that is there that is trying to make this deliberate link to work. And interestingly, I think in terms of this discussion, different groups have sort of different views about what we need to be working on. But I mean, critically, the most important thing is the how. Is we're not going to have any influence unless one changes practice. But there is a demand of saying what is the evidence, and so in terms of describing the research that we're doing, is part of it is trying to put it around this sort of developing this theory of change. But the other thing is testing it, and so we've actually done a bit of a pivot in terms of the first stage is we're initiating some quantitative work to try and say, to justify quantitatively that this is important. I think Ada mentioned that there is existing, let's say in health, basically evidence out there that there is a strong correlation between, let's say, the strength of PFM systems and health service delivery results. But we want to sort of say that actually there's another step further, is that you need to, that actually not just that it's important, but if is there evidence on whether these actual specific public finance bottlenecks or constraints actually can unlock even further. But then we do need to think about the practical application, and I think part of this is and we're saying in terms of the how, is part of this is taking this problem-solving approach, and there are examples where this type of developing context-specific, understanding the context and context-specific solutions are important to developing, to making progress, and that there are examples of this. And actually, anyone who's been involved in reform in the Ministry of Finance knows that actually a lot of doing things well is firefighting and dealing with the problems that you face, immediate problems that you face anyway. So that's part and parcel. Anyone who's worked in a Ministry of Finance or a public sector organization knows that firefighting and problem solving is a key part of the job, but it's how do you do that in the best way possible. So I think this issue of the how is critical, but then how you make that more deliberate and linking it to effectively the the wealth of tools and practice that is out there available for choosing the results. And the other thing is trying to identify what is important, okay, to do first. What are the most binding constraints? But I think the how, yes, it being practical about the how rather than this just being a high-level theoretical discussion is important. Now, I'm conscious that we only have a limited amount of time left. We have this explicit set of questions asked to the CAG. We could move on to those, or we could continue to have this general discussion, because we are asking those questions. Also, we'll be asking those questions to the consultative session in the board, so we could continue having this general discussion, or we could move on. But I was just looking at the time and conscious of it. But I think that's Fabienne and Dimitri. You can make that decision in the room, but we can continue. This is a great discussion to be having, so it's very valuable for us to continue, or we could briefly move on to the questions.
Well, thank you, Tim. We do have a bit more question. We do have Gustavo, Mia in the room, and we have Ram online. And Julie, I think you leveled down your hand. So I'm just maybe if we take Gustavo, because he's been waiting for a while, and Ram, and then maybe you can go through to your set of questions, and then we'll take some more questions in the end, or maybe Maya can your question can fit into those 3 questions. So yeah, so that should be manageable. So I'll ask Gustavo and then Ram, and maybe you can take both Gustavo and Ram and then comment on those. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. One of the steps in the initiative was to engage with countries. Would you be looking for a program of implementation, like a pilot program, or you still will be looking for feedback for the framework? Thank you.
No, we're very much looking for volunteers, and so we're not waiting to start waiting for the consultations to be over to start putting elements of this into practice. I mentioned the work we're doing in Pakistan, taking a problem-solving approach, for example. So we're already working with some countries. Anyone who's interested, any country that's interested in taking or exploring this approach, we're happy to have a conversation. So we're not being sort of bureaucratic about the sequencing of events, because part of our hypothesis is about being more deliberate about working through development outcomes and taking a problem-solving approach. And this is not that, in many ways there is nothing new to this. It's being more deliberate about it. So if there are countries that are interested, we're happy to have a conversation, and please get in touch.
Thank you, Tim. So I'll go to Ram and then Mia. Yeah. Gustavo, I guess you can put
just a small one. Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Ram, go ahead.
Timothy, very nice presentation. Just a few things which I thought you could highlight upon. Well, education and health has been priority for most of the development countries, but nowadays even the environmental related concerns are becoming very important, in the sense that most of the countries are signatories to the Sustainable Development Goals, and there is a timeline attached to it that where it has to be achieved. So do you think there is a need to link your PFM initiatives with the amount which has been spent on sustainability related matters? The other question I would like to ask is that expenditure is one thing and the outcomes is other thing. How do we link the expenditure incurred with the outcomes so that we are able to measure that as a result of the expenditure which has been done by us, what is the change in the outcomes which we expect? Thank you.
So thanks, Ram. Yes, and I think this is important that we're trying to sort of develop a sort of framework of thinking that's applicable to any development outcome. I may have been talking about health and education a bit too much, but in terms of our thematic research, we are doing health and education, but we're doing we're also looking at gender, and specifically the outcome of gender-based violence. We're looking at the energy transition in the context of climate, and we're looking at economic resilience as another thematic studies. So we're looking at different types of development outcomes and applying it with there. And I think the issue of environment is a critical one. I've used water resources as an example, but I think this is about a framework one can apply to any development or actually, to be frank, public policy outcome that is being achieved. So this is not necessarily an exclusive approach for development outcomes in developing countries. It's actually and part of the test. And we have had some discussions with the OECD is whether this is kind of the approach is applicable to not just to developing countries. So I think that is there. And also one of the things is it's very easy to think that this is this initiative is about about sort of, if we're talking about outcomes, is links to results-based budgeting and program budgeting, and we should be just. That is the reform to take to link development outcomes. And we're not saying that. And actually part of the problem is I think a lot of countries have tried program budgeting, for example, and have had limited results. And part of this is to say, actually, what is most important in unlocking the potential of public finance for specific development results. And it may not be it's essentially the technocratic reforms. It may be addressing some of the people problems and building collective decision making around a specific development outcome and solving the people problem than it is about the technical solution that we put forward. Or perhaps it's a combination of the two, and we've been thinking more about the technical issues. So let's say in terms of climate, there's a lot of work on climate budget tagging and that, but actually perhaps we need to invest more in getting collective agreement on what the key climate actions that need to be driven through the budget are. And actually, this also reminds me of one of the key motivations for getting that initiated the discussion on whether IPSASB should take on sustainability reporting was actually not necessarily entirely the motivation of ensuring governments are spending better in terms of or managing their funds better for sustainability per se, but also the potential of sustainability reporting in mobilizing private finance for public investment in mobilizing finance for climate or green related spending. So and public investment. So there are different roles that public finance can play, which is not just about spending money, but it may be about mobilizing private resources for actions towards public policy goals. Because we always think about spending, but there are different roles government can play in actually initiating action towards development results.
Thank you, Tim. As it's only Mia now, so Mia, if you want to fire away, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to also congratulate you. Wonderful presentation. Thank you for that. And I think this topic is really testing our creativity. It's getting us it's getting us to think outside the box. So this is really, really interesting. For me, PFM systems and reforms absolutely do have an impact on development outcomes. And so far we have considered PFM reform in developing countries a very kind of as a prerequisite for many other reforms, but also a prerequisite for achieving that efficiency and effectiveness. And it's kind of a set theoretical framework or a baseline, even when development outcomes aren't specifically set. It's kind of the baseline. It's the first step or a prerequisite towards achieving development outcomes and efficiency and effectiveness. And I guess changing the way we think about this, I'm just wondering whether you have indications that so far public PFM reforms have been limited, and so you've gone into this direction of reimagining the whole area. But have you actually done some more research into other perhaps causes as to why it has been limited improvements in PFM reforms? What are some of the other possible causes of this limitation, rather than just taking this whole new approach and kind of working your way backwards? Thank you.
I mean, I think part of the first phase is, and to be honest, one of the issues is there's been a distinct lack of research in this area. Okay, and I think there's been efforts to and a lot of and sort of I think early this century there was some research that was done around trying to link development outcomes, sort of patterns of expenditure, and the quality of institutions prior to the PIFA data set. And then there's been a lot of data, sort of the biggest sort of set of data on strengths and weaknesses is the PIFA, the PIFA assessment. And there's been a number of repeated efforts to use that data to try and explain the role, the explicit role of PFM in various sectors. But apart from the sort of the relationships Ada mentioned in health, there's not a lot out there. And so I think part of what we're trying to do now is to sort of reinitiate and spark a sort of another round of research. But I think it is part of the issue is not just thinking about the role of PFM, but as you say, but what else is out there that is important in influencing that, and that's I think why in terms of the framework we set PFM, we in the context of public sector institutions and broader public policy and public sector systems, and it's actually the interaction between public finance and these and this broader context. Because when I say that the issue of debt has reappeared after years of progress, it probably is nothing to do with PFM. It's to do with external factors around. There was a pandemic, and that is not. You can't attribute that to a problem with PFM practice. So things happen, and I think the point is we do need to distill out what are the external factors that influence the achievement of public sector and public policy results, and then what is the role and our role in public finance, and how can we maximize it? But that's probably a long and garbled answer to say there isn't. Is that we need to do more in this area, and actually there is a dearth of evidence, and we need to build that evidence base going forward. So I think hopefully and part of the agenda, hopefully in let's say another 25 years, we'll have a better answer to that question. by measuring the right things and understanding the external factors better.
Thank you, Tim. I'm conscious of the time, and we've got the 3 questions to go through too. But I'd just like to ask Thomas to come in. So just briefly, Thomas, if you can ask your question. Thank you.
Sorry, can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Can now, yes.
Okay, fantastic. I think I will be very brief and just want to remind us that there are different players and building blocks to PFM. I think you talked about progress being made in early stages, like providing guidance for kind of creating information, like the standard setting activities of the IPSASB. I think many successes have been achieved in the area of preparing information as well. But I think one observation we can make is that very often where we have achievements and successes in reforms, the complaints are that the information available is not used by decision makers. And that's another building block in PFM. And the question I think that we should answer or try to answer is, what holds decision makers up from using the information available, or how could we enable decision makers to use the information? Probably, I think there is a problem in providing the information so that it's just not digestible or usable and transformable into kind of decisions which in the end make an impact. I think we should look at that question. Thank you.
Yes, exactly, and you're reminding me, Thomas, of my interventions in the CAG are around that. Is how from the context of financial reporting, but how do we use the information that is out there, and let's say from accrual-based financial statements in decision making. And so that's one of the challenges. And I often feel a bit of not imposter syndrome, but as a budget official and not an accountant on the CAG is actually that is how can we maximize the sort of benefits of what we're doing. And so one of the themes is how can financial and accrual-based financial reporting be used based in decision making, and one of the things we're exploring is the better use of combining sectoral information with finance institution to enable better decision making. And so that's a lot of what we're trying to do. And there's also a stream of work that we have of thinking about what is the role of public finance in the context of a digital world, and can that be used to leverage better combination of use of information in decision making. So that's part of things we're exploring.
Thank you, Tim. I'll pass on back to Dimitri for the 3 questions. And we just have 10 minutes left, so if you can have your answers brief and short, that would be nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Fabian. So yes, we have 10 minutes left. We have 3 questions to go through. If you can share the screen again on the open discussion questions. The good thing is that directly and indirectly we already covered all these 3 questions, and they are also reflected in the first questionnaire. And thank you very much. We got 32 responses already. So maybe what we can do is go quickly through these 3 questions and then get a couple of rounds of questions which would help us to take maximum advantage of the remaining time. So the first question is, looking back and based on your experience with the public finance report reform implementation, and obviously public sector accounting and reporting reform implementation, what has been achieved so far? What are the main lessons learned you could highlight, and how can they be more effective? This is the first question. So lesson learned from the implementation of PFM and public sector accounting reform so far. The second question, what do you think is the role of public finance in development outcomes, and specifically the financial sustainability reporting and standards setting? So the second question is the role of public financial management reform for achieving the development outcomes. And the last question is, next slide, please. What are your views about the proposed approach of the reimagining public financial management, and what do you think could be the implications for the work of the IPSASB board from the perspective of standard setting of accounting standards for public sector? Let's have a couple of rounds of questions. If there is any additional questions specifically on these statements, and then we can wrap up. In the meanwhile, Tim, maybe you want to jump in with some final reflection, comment.
So, I mean, I think, we probably don't have time to go through these questions, but these are also, especially, these are questions that will also come up in the discussions on Wednesday with the board. So hopefully, from the CAG perspective, many of you are continuing to we'll stay around from them, and many of the observers we will be revisiting this, and we'll have a more structured discussion. And also we hope that all of you can fill in the first part of the questionnaire that we will be providing, so that we can also provide sort of feedback. The first part of the questionnaire is basically asking your feedback into question 1 in a slightly more elaborate way, and then the second part of the questionnaire, which I will share shortly in the chat, will be about the final questions, relate to the final questions as well. So but it'd be great to sort of hear. I'm not sure how much more time we have, but to hear your reflections. But I've really enjoyed the discussion, and it's reassuring the sort of there's a lot of debate to be had about sort of how we practically take this forward. But I think I really your comments thus far are great and reassuring that we might be onto something.
Thank you, Tim. We do have actually two questions, one from Beatrice and one from Ada. So I'm going to take both questions one after the other, and then you can comment on those. So Beatrice. Beatrice, I guess you're on mute. We can't hear you at the moment.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, very good. Good.
Sorry. So no, apologies first of all for not being there, but today is the last meeting for the discharge of last year use of the budget by the Commission. So I have to be in the afternoon accompanied to our new commissioner. I just wanted, well, we have answered those questions, but I just wanted to share with you a little bit how we changed the way we use the funds during the COVID. So what we did is we created the Next Generation EU program that that works mainly with milestones and targets. So we shifted from costs into having milestones and targets. So what we did is for each member state, there was a national plan that was presented by each member state. And then it was approved, of course, with due diligence. And then we have been disbursing according to some milestones until we get to the final target. So this has allowed to recover from the COVID and also to have quite a lot of reforms to get to get better into the digital transformation or the green transition. Now, I would like to share also that this has been very well accepted by member states, and really they were very happy because it allowed them to get some money to carry out the reforms, because at that moment the problem was the public financing and accessing to the funds. However, we do have a problem now with with the external auditor that, of course, milestones and targets are good, but they will also want to have a very detailed follow-up of the costs, which I can understand also. And there we still need to work on how far do we go into following the costs that have been incurred by member states, and how much red tape we put on top of it. So there is something that we still have to work on, but I think that this approach of milestones and targets is really good, because then we, instead of funding and giving funds and then seeing what happens, we want to first decide on what we want to achieve and then the money. So in that part is really good. Now I think we have to really deep dive into how we are going to follow the amounts that are being dispersed and used. Thank you.
Thank you, Beatrice. Ada, in the interest of time, if you could keep it short, thank you.
No, thank you very much. It is just, I think we've answered the first two, but for the last question, I think it will be a missed opportunity if we don't start with IPSAS adoption as the end game for public sector. And if we start from there, how do we leverage the reimagining PFM to really look at these synergies? What do governments need in the PFM system to adopt IPSAS? And if we could do that link, and as Ian said, to realize that we cannot deal with outcome and effectiveness of outcomes. We cannot deal with that without understanding the inputs and also the outputs, which are required for a quality financial statements anyway. So it is very important to, 25 years ago, there was no IPSAS. Now that we have IPSAS and we have all of the theory of change that has happened in the last 25 years, how does the bank pick where the wall is today and reimagine PFM from that end goal. Over to you. Back. Thank you, Fabienne.
Thank you, Ada. We acknowledge that we have a written comment from Julie that we'll take into account, but in the interest of time, we have to wrap up now. So, Timothy, if you can, and Dmitry, if you could wrap up in the next 2 minutes, and Julie, be sure that we do have your comment. Thank you.
So I think both Beatrice and Ada kind of summed it up very, very well in terms of, first of all, giving a practical example and a practical sort of challenge in terms of moving towards how one basically effectively we're talking about results and achieving public policy results, and how do we basically define that along the way, and then this does demand a different way of thinking. And then I think Ada is about thinking, trying to answer the question of what is the role of this group of stakeholders in making, which is IPSASB, in setting standards and ensuring that they're adopted, that and making that count for public policy and development results. So thank you for that, and just thank you for a very, very rich discussion. It's been free flowing, but I think that has been very, very valuable for us. And I think this is part of the challenge, and I think Ian set the challenge very well. Is we've got to make this practical. If practice is going to change, this has to ultimately be practical and influence practice. So so thank you very, very much, and thank you also for those that have had filled in the questionnaire. Please do continue to do so, because we will also be feeding back results from your input into the session on Wednesday as well, so we can have a discussion around that. But thanks again for all your time, and over to Dmitry, because Dmitry, you may have some reflections as well, but thank you from my side.
Thank you, Tim. Yes, definitely, it was very helpful. Thank you very much for all your feedback. Sorry that we have to finish so abruptly. I see the more written comments are coming in right now. So just before we finalize, if you have a chance, please take 5 minutes of your time to go through the questionnaire number 1. The link is included in your materials for this session. It will not take more than 5 minutes. It's multiple option responses for all the questions. Similar on your tables, both CAG and IPSAS board members, you will find a page with a link to the questionnaire number 2. While the questionnaire number 1 focusing more on the lesson learned that we discussed today, the questionnaire number 2 will focus on the role of PFM reform on achieving sustainable development goals and the bottlenecks that prevent that to get these results. So please look at both questionnaires, and we will continue this discussion on Wednesday. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Dmitry. Well, thank you. I'd like us to warmly thank Dmitry and Tim for their insightful presentation, and thank you for their comments and questions. And I wish Dmitry and Tim a lot of luck in their outreach efforts. So we're just on time, or a few minutes late for the morning break, which we may have to shorten a bit, but I'm sure you're going to be okay with that. And I'd like to turn to Eileen for a short announcement before we break.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a quick piece of information to share from Mr. Abdullah, who him and his team have done a fantastic job supporting us in getting this meeting ready. Now, during the break outside, you're going to find 2 booths available for you to pop by at during the break. The first is featuring an artisan showcasing some of their work, and the other is actually the screens in the breakout area, which are going to be representing 2 entities that may be of interest to you. So if you have some time during the break, please pop by. I think it'll be a lovely thing, and thank you very much, Mr. Abdullah, and to your team. So we look forward to seeing everyone back at 10:45.
10:45, yes, please, and take that opportunity to discuss with Dmitry. So be back at 10:45 in the room. Thank you, and online. So thank you for joining us back to the room and online. Right, after the excellent session we had earlier this morning with the World Bank's initiative and public finance management, I propose that we now dive further into accrual accounting as a powerful tool to support good public finance management. First, a bit of context. The IPSASB approved its strategy and work program for 2024-2028 in September. And an important follow-up development is that now that the suite of financial reporting standards is practically complete, the IPSASB will focus on maintenance activities to keep those standards up to date. In that context, and thanks to the opportunity to hear directly from experts in the Middle East region, we set up a panel discussion for the CAG and the IPSASB to better understand IPSAS implementation in the Middle East. The CAG and the IPSASB will hear from the panelists about emerging issues and challenges that could also be faced in other jurisdictions. Let me tell you more about what we've planned. The session will be split into two parts. First, discussion and implementation in the financial reporting space, then in the sustainability reporting space. The part on financial reporting is also intended to draw from the forum that some of you attended yesterday. So now let me introduce the panelists. We are extremely lucky to have today a very talented group of 7 panelists in total. I'd like to thank them upfront collectively on behalf of the CAG for volunteering their time to prepare the discussion. In the interest of time, I've shortened the bios, but feel free to provide any additional comments, relevant addition. So starting with the 6 panelists that are going to share experiences on the financial reporting front, please join me in welcoming Amna Al-Shamsi, Director of Financial Policies and Government Accounting Standards at the United Arab Emirates Ministry of Finance. Amongst many other achievements, Amna led the UAE Cash to Accrual Financial Transformation Project, with all federal entities fully integrated into the federal financial system in 2021. And Sajida Al-Asfar, Financial Consulting Specialist at the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Ministry of Finance. Sajida is currently providing consultancy services focused on IPSASs and their implementation. Faris Al-Saadi, General Manager of Financial Reporting and Statistics at the KSA Ministry of Finance. Faris is currently actively involved in the cash to accrual conversion project at the KSA Ministry of Finance. Mia Buljubazek, Head of Development, Methodology and Quality Management at the Audit Office of Institutions in the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mia brings a wealth of experience in tackling financial management challenges, in strengthening the cooperation between various groups of constituents in the public sector, and in supporting development of public financial management strategies. Then we have Dina Atia, Senior Manager EY Dubai for the UAE, coming from Egypt. In her day-to-day role, Dina supports preparers with holistic finance transformation initiatives. She leads the implementation of accounting policies on fixed assets, leases, and inventory. She provides technical training on IPSAS, and she also supports development and implementation of the new sustainability framework in the UAE Ministry of Finance. And Helen Hall, Comptroller at the Asian Development Bank. Helen has experience with the UK adoption of accrual accounting. She led the implementation of IPSAS at the United Nations Development Programme. She also leads the preparation of ADB's climate-related financial disclosure report modeled on the TCFD, and is coordinating ADB's future alignment with international sustainability standards. Okay, it's high time now that I let our panelists speak. So please, starting with Faris, As you're actively involved in the cash to accrual conversion project in the KSA, could you tell us in a few sentences the current stage of your jurisdiction's adoption and implementation journey?
Good morning, and thank you for having me in this panel session. Let's just let you know about that Saudi Arabia has made significant progress in the accrual conversion, and the efforts made have been part of the Vision 2030. One of the financial aims for this vision is to modernize the public financial management and also improve the physical transparency. I'll just briefly summarize the stages that we have gone through this conversion. The first phase was studying the current situation and analyzing the gaps that we have within the governmental entities by reviewing the financial laws and regulations and identify their effects. Also, there were some field visits to some countries who have applied the accrual conversion of accounting to learn from their experience as well as benefit from their lessons learned. The second phase was designing the transformation to accrual by creating the manuals as well as the transformation enablers to facilitate the transformation journey for the governmental entity on each level of the governmental entity. The third phase was preparing and raising the awareness of the governmental entities by testing the manuals and the transformation enablers through a pilot session with selected governmental entities to identify the real challenges experienced. And that led us to create our reasonable detailed roadmap for the conversion. The fourth phase was the government entities started to build their opening balances, and also start their bookkeeping based on accrual. And we were monitoring their bookkeeping to make sure that they are committed to the schedules and deliverables and comply with the royal decree that was issued concerning the accrual conversion to the governmental entities. The fifth phase, where we are right now, is we are ensuring the continuity of the accrual-based bookkeeping by monitoring the sustainability of the converted entities through certain key performance indicators to make sure that the level to make sure that each governmental entity still doing their bookkeeping based on accrual and answers any questions that they might have now or in the future.
Thank you, Faris. Now turning to Emna. From your experience with the UAE in supporting preparers with finance transformation initiatives, can you tell us more about the journey on adoption and implementation in the UAE? Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. So the federal government in the UAE has adopted national accounting standards aligned with international public sector accounting standards, IPSASB. The modification made to the national standards do not deviate from the core principles of IPSASB, but involve the exercise of options within the IPSASB framework to ensure consistency across all federal entities. So, for instance, the cost model is mandated for the subsequent measurement of property, plant, and equipment, ensuring consistent application across all entities other than allowing each entity to choose independently. Furthermore, based on an evaluation of federal government's operational environment and the nature of their transactions, certain IPSASB standards such as IPSAS 11 construction contracts and IPSAS 27 agriculture has been excluded as they are not applicable to the federal government operation. In addition, the relevant guidance from international financial reporting standards, IFRS, such as AIS 34 interim financial reporting, has been integrated to enhance the governance over the preparation of financial statements. So this approach facilitates the implementation of unified financial and accounting policies across all federal government entities, thereby improving the quality, consistency, and transparency of financial reporting and reinforcing the federal government's leadership in public sector financial management. Thank you.
Thank you, Emna. Dina, from your experience in the UAE as well.
Thank you, Fabienne, and thank you so much for having us today. So for the projects that we have worked in the UAE, so their current stage, as Amna has mentioned, it's accrual basis of accounting. They have transferred from modified cash basis, and this is not only from a federal level, also the local government in the UAE have transferred to that. The majority of it, there are some entities, there are some governments has not yet on accrual basis, but the plan is already there. In order for them to adopt that, or what was the catalyst, that there was the goal and the vision and tone from the top, whether to mandate for improved financial planning, better coping with the best practices as well as unification the department processes to make all the departments talk the same language on accrual basis of accounting. The government entities that has adopted accrual basis in the UAE has performed this with a strategic transformation journey that has demonstrated the foresights and the persistence to ensure the success of this accrual transformation. They have established a dedicated team, which was very important from day one in the preparation phase, to have the right team and the right capabilities there, whether from the governmental entities, the regulatory bodies, or the state audit, or even the specialized consultant that can support them in this transformation. They executed the adoption and the implementation in a phased approach. As Amna was mentioning, there were several streams, and this was very successful to make sure that the government bodies with the same nature of operation and complexity are going on that transformation together and transfer the transformation with the lesson learned in a phased approach. Key steps that has been taken in place is strengthen the enablers to go to accrual basis of accounting. And this was done in the adoption phase and the preparation. One of the things that has Amna mentioned, that building the accounting standards and policies that is aligned with the IPSAS standards, but with the same language and examples, as well as some exceptions to cope with the changes and the cope with the nature of this region as well, such as the property, plant, and equipment. They have chosen to go with only straight line method across all the government, not only from a federal, local government as well took the same decision. And from investment and properties and property, plant, and equipment, they also choose to go with the cost model, faring away from the fair value or the implementation related to the fair value across the region. So one of the things as well that we need to highlight, that they have taken consideration this adoptions with an exceptions, going with the implementation phase for the new standards, they are doing the same. So for example, we have from IPSAS 41 to IPSAS 49. Now they're adapting their policies and procedures to be making more about their region and how they can adopt it before going to the adoption phase of those new standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Mia, would you say, well, from your experience, would you say also that there's a need, there's a catalyst for the need for transitional to accrual IPSASs?
Thank you, Fabienne. Well, I'd like to congratulate my colleagues. I'm certainly bringing a different perspective to this panel. Unfortunately, from my experience coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, developing country, a very small, very complex country that consists of several layers of government. Half of the country applies accrual accounting, and the other half modified accrual. Within our law since 2004, believe it or not, we have had a provision that requires the application of IPSAS standards. So far, we've come very little in terms of the adoption and implementation journey. The public sector in Bosnia is under constant redevelopment and widespread reform to modernize public sector institutions, which would enable them to manage public finances. I guess it's very important to understand the context when we think about developing and transitional countries, where they are coming from, because this usually tells us a lot about the challenges that they face and the reasons why certain reforms such as IPSAS implementation is taking a very long time. And I think Dina made a very good point that here the main driver is the tone from the top, and it's that kind of leadership that is setting that the tone and is allowing this reform to go ahead smoothly. Well, not smoothly, but just to go ahead and keep working on it. Bosnia is a former socialist country with a centrally planned economy and has transitioned to a market economy, yet it's still questionable how effective it is today. As I said, we have half of the country applying accruals accounting, the other half modified accrual, and recently we've been granted candidate status when it comes to EU membership. So a lot of these reforms are driven by this process, and obviously this membership requires Bosnia and other countries that are on the same pathway to achieve stability in their public sector institutions, to guarantee democracy, to have a functioning market economy, to cope with all the competitive pressures that EU membership is bringing. And so I believe one of the biggest challenges so this is the catalyst for change for us, but the biggest challenge is really changing that mindset, having that commitment, that tone, from the leadership, which I have to say is lacking. I think people are not fully aware of the benefits of IPSAS adoption and implementation. They're not fully, and again, another issue is that IPSAS is part of the bigger countrywide reform, PFM reform. And this is a very, I would say, ambitious reform that, contains among others, IPSAS transition, and I like to say it's reform within a reform. So there's a lot of challenging, I guess reforms within that big country one. So it's always a question about resources and commitment, and posing very big challenges for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Helen, a few words maybe from either the UK adoption a long time ago or the UNDP.
I think at UNDP, I think it's one thing to remember about some of the major development institutions. We were created in a time where there weren't standards. So UNDP was created in 1967 and there wasn't international standards. So at that time, most of us looked either to the US or to the UK, and the UN had done its best by developing its own little standard. But when I say little, it was 40 pages long. So compared to what we have in IPSAS. So in the 2000s, I think we felt the time had come for us to actually look for an international standard. So IPSAS for us was important for comparability and consistency. And I think also just for leading to encourage the development space to look at international standards. It was somewhat of a confused modified accruals position. We didn't talk about assets and liabilities. We just talked about development expenses. So it has been quite a journey to educate people in how these standards bring quite a lot of intelligence to what we do.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all. Now, drawing from the discussions at the Saudi Arabia Accounting Forum yesterday, I'd like CAG members and the wider audience to hear about key common themes and application challenges regionally and internationally that you believe the IPSASB should be aware of. So you've already spoken about a lot of challenges. Sajida, you're immersed in providing consultancy services focused on IPSASs and their implementation, and you haven't spoken yet. So please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Fabienne, for the opportunity to share our experience in implementing IPSAS. And indeed, we have faced several challenges. And I can share today 4 key significant challenges. And these challenges include technical complexity, application inconsistency, and broader systematic issues. Collectively impacts the adoption process. And I would like to outline them one by one and provide clarity in context. For example, challenge number 1, which is dealing with IPSAS 33, is not just about understanding the standard itself, but also the other IPSAS go along with it when acknowledging these standards still in development, making IPSAS 33 is even harder. Plus, when entities using exemption differently within the same group, preparing consolidated financial statements even a little bit tricky. Secondly, on the public sector, combining is another challenge for us here because of when operations are transferred and there is no accrual book values, figuring out how to account for them can take a lot of time and efforts. And also, if you are dealing with an entity that's already reporting under accrual standards, there is also confusion about whether it should follow IPSAS 33 measurement period for 1 year or IPSAS 33 for 3 years. The third challenge we have is on the asset side. We have specific assets like suboils resources and spectrum rights and even state priorities that are assigned without specific terms, but with a condition attached. I think there are uncertainty over how to clarify and account for these kind of assets. And finally, we have some border challenges, which is kindly highlights on the materiality thresholds, where it should be at the entity levels or the government levels, and how to account for these time of uncertainties like during global crisis or economic unsustainability. Also, I think these 4 challenges like highlights complexity of a transition to IPSAS, plus reflects the unique structures and of public sector. Addressing them will require continued focus and collaboration to ensure successful implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajida. Faris, maybe a takeaway on consolidation from yesterday?
With yesterday's Saudi Accounting Forum and the fruitful workshops that we had, we presented the Saudi journey and consolidated its financial statements for the years of 2022 and 2023. There were some discussion points to make the workshop a little bit more interactive and to benefit from the auditor's experience. We discussed key challenges about the applicability of control, the establishment of the centralized consolidating entity, and also the technology used to extract and issuing our financial reporting. Also, we highlighted on the what are the main important considerations to be taken for the government when it wants to apply the IPSAS in the public sector. Also, what are the expected challenges in moving from transitory consolidated financial statements to fully compliant IPSAS consolidated financial statements.
Thank you very much. Amna or Dina, you also attended the forum yesterday, so would one of you want to say some words on that?
Okay. Based on the yesterday event that we already attended, I believe that there is some common challenges even when we applied in the UAE. So the first one that I would like to highlight is the capacity building and knowledge transfer. As we know that the human capital development is critical for successful IPSAS adoption, but many governments face skill and resource gaps. So insufficient number of accountants and auditors with the experience in accrual-based accounting. And there is limited access to high-quality training programs tailored to public sector requirements. So the challenge here is establishing sustainable, regionally relevant capacity building programs, possibly through partnership with professional organizations or academic institutions. This will help us or other governments a lot. The second challenge, we all know that asset count and valuation, the accounting for public sector assets under IPSAS is a significant challenge, especially for governments with large and complex portfolio. So many governments struggle with conducting accurate asset counts and establishing opening balances under accrual accounting. Determining fair value, especially for infrastructure assets, heritage assets, and assets without clear market benchmark also is difficult. So the challenge here is to provide clear guidance on evaluation methodologies and ensure consistency across entities for assets with a unique characteristic that for uncertain future economic benefits. Also, the third one is the stakeholder engagement and awareness. Successful IPSAS implementation relies on strong engagement with policymakers, auditors, and other stakeholders. So it is important that we have strength communication and outreach strategies to ensure that alignment and buy-in across all stakeholders levels. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna. Now, considering those application challenges you've just mentioned and discussed, how would you suggest they should be addressed by the IPSASB? I mean, is the challenge a technical one with the IPSASB guidance itself? And if so, how would you see the IPSASB support public sector entities in tackling those challenges? Or is it a challenge, or are these challenges relating to broader issues such as IT system, data collection, management, human resources, as you mentioned, capacity building, conversation with auditors, etc.? So, Faris, would you want to give it a go?
If you allow me, I might add also some challenges on the convergence as a whole. Addressing the challenges to adopt and implement the accrual IPSAS isn't easy, particularly within these public sector, and it requires a very well planned and systematic approach. Sometimes the government is investing in the conversion, but the members within the financial departments within the entities are not fully aware, and sometimes they lack of some skills, technical accounting skills regarding the accrual accounting. We might solve this by having a comprehensive training courses and specifically focus on technical accounting skills and having knowledge sharing sessions, seminars, and workshops, and also get communicated with other countries who have undergone similar transition to exercise the best practices and learn from their lessons learned. Also, a full switch to the accrual sometimes overwhelm the public sector systems. Especially when transiting from cash-basis accounting. This might lead to confusion and operational disruptions. So I think introducing the transition to a small set of governmental entities and gradually expand might help and minimize and mitigate the risk. Also, implement a parallel reporting where we can both cash-based and accrual-based systems run simultaneously for a period of time. This might provide, let's say, a safety net for the government for a smoother switch. Also, there might be another challenge. It's the transition to accrual isn't easy, and it involves multiple stakeholders, including the governmental entities, the Supreme Audit Court, Supreme Audit Institution, and the public itself. I think engage all the relevant stakeholders from the early stages by having some consultations with them and awareness campaigns, just to make sure that everyone understands the rationale behind the movement to the accrual. Also, the support and assistance from the senior government officials might help in raising the seriousness and also integrating the efforts.
Thank you, Faris. I think at that point you mentioned training. I mean, it's worth mentioning that the IPSASB staff developed trained trainers material. Sorry, so that might help. Dina, would you want to tell us a bit more about how you see the best ways that the IPSASB could help addressing implementation challenges?
Sure, thank you, Fabienne. So I would say that's actually both. So whatever the challenges that has been faced, some of them are technical and some of them are related to the broader challenges. From a technical perspective, so I would say that more application guidance from the IPSASB related to the common and complex accounting matters that has been faced during the implementation. I would say that from us, we have faced the entities that we have supported in the accrual conversion. We have seen some common common accounting matters, such as land recognitions. So because in the government, the majority of the lands are actually granted from the broader government, and whether this should be recorded in their books or no. So across all the governments in the UAE, we face the same accounting challenge. We had to do a technical accounting memos in order for us to tailor it more entity-wise and go with a treatment in the accrual conversion. Some of them I would mirror as well what Sajda has mentioned in the Saudi Arabia related to the nature resources and how we can, whether this should be recorded in the books or no. Heritage assets and space assets. This is something that we have faced in the federal government when we were doing the cash to accrual conversion. This, we had also to go with the technical accounting memos. It would be great if we have from the IPSASB accounting application guidance that we can look at it for more examples, and we look at it when we are doing the accounting technical papers. From a broader challenges, I would say that across all the entities that we have supported is the data. So having a clean data that will go as a opening balances from the beginning of the cash to accrual conversion. This was the most challenging part. But I would say that currently, when we started the accrual journey in the UAE, it was around 2015. Looking at now, whatever the jurisdictions that want to apply accrual accounting, there is a lot of new things that has been taken in place that can support this. So I would say preparing for the accrual accounting transformation before adoption, this is the key must that should be done by all the entities that will be adopting accrual. Looking at the yesterday session that we had that was held by MOF KSA, the IPSAS, about the IPSAS 33 exposure draft and the new changes that has been taken consideration in the new draft. This will help a lot of entities to prepare for the accrual conversion, as well as the pathway to accrual, as Ross was mentioning yesterday in the panel as well. This is something that we should raise the awareness for them to have a look at it before they go to accrual. It will help a lot to learn from the lesson learned instead of starting from the beginning. Also implementing central financial ERP system. This is something that has been followed across all the UAE, one centralized financial system that is adapting with the accrual conversion to ensure that you're maintaining your accrual once you do the adoption. And the implementation is already in the system with whatever matching the accrual accounting. A unified chart of accounts that was built on accrual basis of accounting. This was done after a detailed current state and gap analysis report entity-wise to know what is the complexity by each entity, and accordingly identifying what are the new accounts that needs to be there. Also, a unification of templates of opening balances after understanding the complexity and unifying those templates to match the requirement. This has been taken in place. And central accrual training. As you have mentioned, as Amna as well mentioned, the capabilities, it's a must. Whatever we are planning to go to accrual conversion, we need people that has the capability and understanding of accrual accounting to adapt this in the future as well. Last thing is engaging auditors in an early stage. This was something that was taken in consideration from the beginning. So no, already they are with us on the same table. They understand where we're heading, and we're taking guidance from their side as well.
Thank you, Gina.
Thank you.
Helen, would you have maybe a different or complementary perspective reflecting on the,
I think first of all, I can sympathise with everything that's been said, having lived an implementation. But I think maybe to the IPSASB, maybe what's more interesting is I think what happened, at least when we put it in at the UN, it was a moment for accountants, right? Rarely do people talk to us. So all of a sudden we had this platform, but we seem to think that you should just talk accounting. So you were talking to engineers, lawyers, members of the board, etc., and we didn't do a good job, I think, in the beginning of translating it into their vision. So I think IPSAS for non-accountants would be a really interesting piece, because also what happens is people then have their own special interests. So we would have had a set of board members that were very interested in funding after service liabilities, as the IPSASB members know, we spent a lot of time looking at IPSAS 23, and it would have been nice to have a more holistic non-accountant piece that kind of brought it all together for the non-accountants. Because at one point, and I don't know if you know a colleague of mine, George Keriakou, who's now the controller at WHO, we sat in a room once, George and I, and went, we have to start all the training material again, because the accountants just want to talk about double entry bookkeeping. And that was not what it was about. So I would encourage the IPSASB to think about what you say to non-accountants.
Thank you, point well taken. We do have a bit of time. So would there be any questions from the CAG members at this stage, either in the room or online? Questions on what's just been shared with us on the experiences and challenges. Otherwise, if you can keep your questions for the end, so don't worry. Okay, Ada, I've seen your hands raised. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the panel members. I just wanted to comment where Helen ended. And I think as a community, is something that we need to work on. It's around how do we ensure that accounting and finance is then discussed within the entire ecosystem on how it enables performance, outcomes, and all of that without speaking the accounting lingo. And I think that is a learning for all of us, because it is such a challenging and passionate thing as accountants, where sometimes we feel that we're talking to ourselves in the room. However, if we want to influence decision making, whether it is in government, whether it is with parliamentarians, I think through the IPSASB, there needs to be a very deliberate attempt to have sort of a guidance. How do we translate a lot of what we do to non-accountants, who are mostly the decision makers of the things that we want to influence? Thank you very much, Helen, for that.
Thank you, Ada, for your well-taken comments. Ram, you wanted to come in?
Thank you. Just a small one. As Ada has rightly pointed out, because accounting is a part of the overall ecosystem, I think the people who are responsible for taking decisions, they have to be very convinced about the advantages which IPSAS accrual accounting is going to bring into. If they're not convinced about it, then perhaps any effort which is done by the accountants may not see the light of the day. The other thing is that in accrual system of accounting, there are a lot of things. It is a more advanced system of accounting, but it has its own set of presumptions and assumptions. So it gives a lot of discretion to the people that the way a particular item has to be treated in the financial statements. But when there is a discretion, then there has to be a guidance that how this discretion has to be utilized, because it may create fresh challenges. And if we are not able to meet those challenges, then we may not achieve the purpose for which the accrual system of accounting is being adopted. For all you know, that this fair value concept and other things, because even we have seen in ground realities that two experts also do not agree on the same thing. And moreover, the things keep on changing year after year. And if it happens like that, in government, it is very important that we see things in perspective and we are able to see the trends and all. If the rules of the game change in between, the figures will not remain comparable over a period of time. So what we need to do to meet these challenges should also be a part of the IPSAS implementation process to see that it becomes a success. Yeah.
Thank you, Ram. I'll go next to Tiago, and then we'll resume the discussion with the panelists. Go ahead, Tiago.
Oh, hi. I love the presentation of our colleague. Just a main issue that we are still fighting here in Portugal, considering the implementation of an IPSAS-based accounting. People still are asking, how do I map the ancient codes of economical classifications into the new chart of accounts? That's a main issue. People still think with cash basis structure, not only economical classifications, but also COFOC, for instance, and other the dimensions that you use to account in cash basis. So those we are still already done accruals accounting. There is still a major difficulty for people to understand, and I'm talking about people that work in government, public servants. When you talk about politicians, most of them still don't understand what we are delivering. So something that we have been learning about these difficulties, we must have a chart of account that determines a route that is the same for every public public sector, all of them. So we have a central chart of accounts that allows us to gather information all with the same root of of codes. Something that is quite important is to deliver people some information that is new, that is very important for them, and you can just achieve using accruals accounting, namely IPSAS based. For instance, the level of depreciations and how shall I use it to define the amount of money in budget that I will have to spend for supporting investment. It's just not investment. People don't understand this in most, don't understand this. It's not just investment. We have to have maintenance after the investment. We must understand how much it's going to cost in the future. So if you deliver some information that for these people is new and just accruals accounting delivers, well, it helps us to differentiate the use of the information. There is, even when we have the accruals accounting, people still fight to use it because they still are asking, where are my old reports? Where are my old accounts? It's quite a difficulty. So even when we have the framework, even when we have the system, it does not stop there. Then people must start using it in the new concept, in the new framework. People keep on trying to use the new information as if it was the old one cash basis. Just for you to, this is my experience. So just this comment. It does not stop when we implement.
Thank you, Thiago. Thank you very much. I think many of us have experienced that as well. Jan, you wanted to come in.
Thank you. I mean, thank you very much to the panel. I think that was a very interesting session, a lot of very good points raised. I think it very well illustrates the challenge that IPSASB is going to have as it moves into the next phase, with the new strategy actually launching the application panel and post-implementation reviews. And I think the challenge we're going to have, quite frankly, is that every jurisdiction is different. And everybody always wants to see a fact pattern that precisely answers the question in their jurisdiction. And we are never going to be able to do that. So the line we are going to have to walk as a board is to actually listen to the feedback that we're given and to then work out to what extent can we as a standard setter actually provide or work with partners to provide generic guidance on a particular area. And we know there are particular challenges around property, plant and equipment. Heritage has been mentioned, maybe infrastructure assets and so on. So if you like, we as international standards can provide, standard setters can provide the principles, but where do principles end and actual decisions that have to be made based on those principles on the ground in different jurisdictions, where does that begin? And I think that is always going to be difficult. You know, having sat where you're now sitting, I know there are times when you just actually have to say, well, okay, we've got some principles. Now we're going to work out how we apply those in practice in our context. And, you know, there aren't right answers. There are reasonable answers based on the principles. And I think that treading that line is going to be really, really important, not least because actually IPSASB is very limited in terms of resources. I mean, it always amuses me when I hear other international organisations talk about the limits on their resources, but actually you've got the majority of the resources in here in the room. You know, you've got 10 technical staff plus support staff. You know, we can't cover the globe. So I think it's the feedback we're going to need as a board is actually some really well thought out you know, questions in terms of, or sorry, requests in terms of either there is a real gap in the standards, we need to fill that. Within the standards, maybe there are areas where we haven't yet adapted the private sector guidance sufficiently. So, you know, those are the areas where we can actually help. But then at the end of the day, I think there will be a line where we can say, you know, we've done what we can, others need to step up to the plate. I think pathways to accrual was mentioned. The more that jurisdictions can actually share their experiences, I think that's going to be really important, because actually, even although you're not going to get all the answers, at least if you can say, okay, well, I can compare, say, what the experiences in UAE with the experience that Saudi Arabia has had and other jurisdictions, then you can begin to get closer to the answer of what will make a real change in your jurisdiction. So I offer those remarks not in terms of trying to be defensive, but in terms of the spirit of actually saying this is a collective endeavour. We recognise from the IPSASB point of view that there will be more that we can do, and that's where the dialogue is incredibly helpful, but also recognise we will not be able to resolve all your local problems. And as ever, as you get further into it, there are more issues that arise. But going back to what I said, I think this dialogue is tremendously valuable, and actually you always learn something from hearing the different experiences. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Jan, and I guess that's a very good transition. And in the interest of time, I'd like to move on to the next point. So we'll have more opportunities for more questions afterwards. So now reflecting on what Jan's just said, and on the IPSASB's 2024-2028 strategy and work program that highlights the importance of maintenance activities for financial as well as for sustainable reporting, I'd like to ask Amna and Sajida how they see jurisdictions implementing IPSAS engage with those IPSAS's new activities to ensure that the IPSASB continues to consider the public interests and needs. So maybe Amna, how about you start us up first on that?
Based on our experience in the UAE, we believe that establishing a joint committee with a representative from each participating entity to monitor updates and coordinate information collection and analysis at the government-led level would significantly impact the final vision and guidance issued by the IPSAS board. This approach ensures that key requirements are included in the analysis process. In addition, engaging actively in providing comments in exposure drafts and strategic projects published by the IPSAS board is critical. Such feedback should be grounded in the practical experience of the government's operations and the needs of the stakeholders. This includes evaluating the impact of existing legislation to ensure alignment and efficient feedback loops between enacted laws and the standards being developed. Moreover, we emphasize the importance of dialogue-driven forums such as this one in identifying shared challenges and exchanging relevant ideas. These forums play a crucial role in ensuring that the standards effectively address significant challenges within a specific geographical region. And one pressing issue to highlight is the implementation timelines for new and updated standards. Given the extensive number of updates and new standards, ensuring proper implementation poses a challenge. governments must assess the broader impact of these standards at a national level, not just at the entity level. So this includes evaluating available system, ensuring compliance with the requirements, and dedicating resources to retrospective data collection and impact assessment for related standards. So we recommend re-examining current effective dates to ensure proper adoption across all entities within the government structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna. Sajida, would you have additional points on specific technical challenges that you would like to bring to the IPSASB's attention?
Yeah, but first I would like to mention that I think jurisdiction implementing IPSAS can actively engage with the new activities of the IPSAS strategy, and also to mention that in Saudi Arabia, we are fortunate and lucky to have Mr. Abdullah Al-Mahdal as a direct link to the IPSAS board, where we can actively share our insights and like a real life journey of the implementation. And in addition to that, our public sector accounting standards committee, which it has a strategy which is pretty much aligned with the IPSAS board strategy, which is positioned us to engage in meaningful and structured ways. Also, some key area I would like to highlight for this engagement is jurisdiction can engage with the application panel by share challenges during IPSAS implementation to help identify any clear areas. And number two, by participate in post-implementation reviews to provide feedback on whether IPSAS standards are achieving their goals, and share cases of examples of issues to help improve the standards. Number three, to promote capacity building and implementation tools by hosting regional training and workshop in partnership with the IPSAS to improve the capacity. Number four, it will be utilizing IPSAS consultative mechanism by engaging with the CAG to share regional needs, and also to provide feedbacks on IPSAS work programs to highlight the regional priorities. Finally, to align with the maintenance activities and to support updates to IPSAS in line with emerging standards with IFRS and GFS, and participating in maintaining the projects to ensure standards stay relevant and practical. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajida. Mia, I don't know if you would have any points to make. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe just a quick one. So much has been said, and Faris and Amna, some really good recommendations I can take right back home. But in terms of inspiring adoption in the work strategy that was mentioned of the IPSASB, raising awareness, I think, of the benefits of adoption certainly has to be part of the effort to sort of to get that commitment that I mentioned earlier from the top. So any kind of guidance and going with what Helen said, speaking to non-accountants, so people can, we look at a broad group of stakeholders such as the legislature, the government, auditors, etc. So really understanding the benefits, communicating the benefits will go a long way in terms of inspiring that adoption. And there's so much that the standard setter can do. The rest has to be up to the jurisdiction, taking the necessary steps as I heard here, from the strategic planning, project management, assigning responsibility, who is going to be leading this kind of reform is really important. And this is all something that back home hasn't been put in place in time, which is why it's been 20 years and not much progress has been, seen. So again, everyone has to have their role. I think it's very important to be clear in terms of responsibilities and having that support from the standard setter, having guidance, having the training, learning from others' experiences goes quite a long way in terms of raising awareness and helping jurisdictions plan from the very beginning and understanding all the challenges that may await for them. So just thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Helen, if I can turn to you, would you have any views on how constituents would best engage with the IPSASB to go forward on maintenance activities?
I still think the hardest thing for many people who haven't adopted is actually internally getting either a champion or resources. And so good on you that you want to do the maintenance work, but I think there's still a lot of fundamental resource requirements that really hamper, which I don't think you can address. And even though we may have had conversations around IPSAS Lite, I think we know that's not a reality, right? We do need to make sure the conceptual framework works. So no real advice, although I'll be very jealous if you make changes that would have made my life easier.
Thank you, Ellen. Well, thank you all for this first part of our panel discussion on financial reporting. We're now going to discuss sustainability reporting. So to the audience, please keep your questions ready. We'll have a bit of time afterwards for you to ask those questions. So I'd like now, turning to sustainability reporting, I'd like now to welcome at the table Dr. Wafa. So Dr. Wafa is Al Nasrallah. He's a member of the KSA, Public Sector Accounting Standards Board, and Saudi Accounting Standards Council. Dr. Wafa is also a member of the IFRS Sustainability Standards Advisory Forum that supports the achievement of the IPSASB's goals of developing standards to provide a comprehensive global baseline of sustainability-related disclosures. So welcome, Dr. Wafa. And I'd also like to mention Mr. Abdullah Al-Metel, who's been mentioned already by Sajida. So he's a board member, but still. So first of all, a quick bit of background here. The IPSASB approved its first ever exposure draft in the sustainability reporting space on climate-related disclosures in September. Approval was then followed at the end of October by the publication of the ED that's open for public comment until the 28th of February. Now, some entities and jurisdictions are in different stages in considering and reporting on sustainability matters. And in this part of the discussion, I'd ask first Dr. Wafa to share with us whether KSA started implementation of sustainability reporting, and if so, what prompted that journey to implementing sustainability reporting and what you've learned so far.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Fabienne. Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I think it's very important for me to set the scene because the discussion right now shifted. We're not talking about accrual accounting, where all of us in a way have been taught we know exactly what we're looking for. It was really just about matching, your revenues with your expenses and kind of making sure that you report in that way. Sustainability is very broad. And that's why as accountants, I can't say that I know what I should be reporting, even though there are some regions, some countries that say they know exactly what should be reported. Because we haven't decided on a baseline internationally, it seems to be that we're still kind of shooting in the dark, okay? This is my personal opinion. I like to go back and talk about sustainability in Saudi as a practice. Let's forget about reporting for now, because you need to have sustainability practices in place, regardless of whether you're going to report on them or not, for you to be able to eventually report it, right? So when you go back to the history of Saudi, it's not just about Vision 2030. It's really about the SDGs, the MDGs that were embedded in our national plans. So sustainability as a concept on environment, people, and health was already part of our national plans, right? So it was cascaded from our national plans into initiatives that were embedded at a private and public platform. Now, Vision 2030 kind of accelerated that, right? 2016, we understand that we need to empower our people. We need to have a rigorous economy. Part of that is you need to report what you're doing. The markets need to know how are you practicing, and you need to have a mechanism to show the investors. Most of the discussion today, unfortunately, is going to be more based on IFRS because IPSAS is still relatively new to the game, right? So with that said, Saudi has come into the area right now where we need to know that we need to, of course, report, but unfortunately, we were not involved in the discussion of S1 and S2. And I say this is my personal opinion. For a country as important as Saudi, as an oil producer, not to be part of the main people that sit and draft S1 and S2, especially S2, unfortunately could cause a delay in the adaptation. Okay, doesn't mean that we're not going to adopt. It means there's a delay. Why? Because we don't have a baseline. The S1 and S2 was based on regional standards, local sustainability standards and guidance that for whatever reason, we in Saudi don't have that local baseline. Okay, we're part of the discussion now, but for us to jump on board and embrace this change, we need to assess whether this is suitable for us and whether it's going to be communicating accurately what we have implemented on the ground. So with that said, what's happening in Saudi is very important. We have a seat, of course, in the IPSAS right now. We have a seat, like Fabian mentioned, in the advisory forum with IFRS. We are part of the discussion in the upcoming standards on human rights, on biodiversity. But are we at the stage where we're going to implement S1, S2? And the exposure draft, I've taken a look at it. It lends itself a lot to S2 from IFRS. Now, my main issue with S2 is that it looks very easy to implement, but once you dig into the guidelines are based on guidance from countries in the West, right? So for me to go and look at something in the US or in the UK and mimic their mechanism blindly, I think that is something I think that no country would allow itself to do this. So we need to be aware that it's going to take time. It's going to take time for us to look at what is coming from IPSAS, what is coming from IFRS, see whether it's suitable for our region. Are we going to disclose? Yes, we will disclose because we believe in disclosure. We believe it's important to disclose, but how to disclose? Now, this is where we need to step aside and say, okay, this was developed, maybe not fit in its current way, but I go back and say it's very important to have us in the discussion before things are being already developed, because it's going to take us longer for us to catch up. I hope I was able to answer your question.
Well, yes, thank you, Dr. Wafa. I guess you really well advocated for the need for the standard setters, the private or public sector, to integrate and talk to as many jurisdictions, relevant jurisdictions as possible. So thank you. I'll turn to Amna. I believe you have a few ideas from the UAE.
As we know that sustainability reporting provides transparency in the UAE progress toward achieving the goals and provides opportunity to steer on sustainability in general. Multiple federal entities are currently in the process to work on sustainability reporting, each based on their mandate. The study of sustainability reporting requirements will begin with coordination with the Ministry of Economy in the UAE, the authority responsible for setting sustainability reporting requirements for the private sector. This will help to determine the necessary sustainability disclosure in the country. And Ministry of Finance currently in the process of defining sustainability guidelines on the federal government level based on Ministry of Finance mandate and aligned with the UAE sustainability goals. And these sustainable guidelines is the ability to ensure the effectiveness of applying the sustainability guidelines by using KPIs for monitoring progress on a successful implementation, which will also include assessing the impact of applying the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, IPSAS, sustainability reporting guidelines on the framework being developed for the federal government. So the sustainability guidelines are being drafted based on the current assessment and benchmark analysis that have been done and considers best practices in the respective functional areas and in collaboration with other relevant federal entities. And the KPIs in the sustainability guideline are based on leading frameworks and best practices around the world. For example, the United Nations Guiding Principles, ISO standards, and Global Reporting Initiative. I would like to highlight that there are another initiative that is undertaking across all federal entities is the LEAF program, Leading Environmental, Social and Governance Framework, led by Ministry of Climate Change and Environment and supported by Ministry of Economy and Ministry of Finance in the UAE. And it is in the process of developing a mandatory ESG reporting framework for listed entities in the UAE. And also the LEAF program takes best practices and leading framework into account. Finally, the federal entities are already reporting internally on sustainability performance in relation to their mandate and specific goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina. Maybe you want to add and share your experiences of starting implementing sustainability reporting, focusing on the processes or resources that have been set up to tackle this new challenge.
Sure, thank you, Fabienne. I would say that from the UAE perspective, you know that last year there was COP28 and that was held in UAE. And actually it was named that this is the second year in UAE called Sustainability Year. So it's coming from the vision of the entire UAE to be going from the sustainability perspective. I would also say that what Amna was mentioning about the sustainability guideline, we are very much honored to be the partner with Amna in developing this guideline. And it will be factoring so I would say that I have an experience with several entities and each has their own perspective, right? As Wafa was mentioning, they are applying sustainability based on their mandate, based on the nature of operations. But to have one guideline that we're currently working with Ministry of Finance to cover all the perspectives, to have the finance, to have the procurement, to have the tax, all they are working together with the same guidelines that will put the pathway to the federal entities on how to develop and how to do the sustainability reporting. Other entities are mainly, if you have a look at ESG, so they concentrate on ESG reporting and they develop their own guidelines on how to apply the ESG. But I think the timing as well, Amna, is great to do the sustainability guideline because with the new standards that are set in place, S1 and S2, we need to take in consideration our roadmap, how we're going to apply this and what is the good time that will take UAE to actually apply those guidelines.
Thank you, Dina. I don't know if Helen or would like to add to that.
Sorry, yes, I'm now living the pain of this. So I'm in the middle of producing ADB's second TCFD update, and we've been a GRI reporter for about 18 years. But to Dr. Wafa's point, it's kind of complicated, and it's complicated because I think I put it in accounting speak, there's a lot of model risk. Because if you do start to defer to American EPA standards or DEFRA standards in the UK, that's kind of now what we're producing our numbers on. Now in Asia, we probably face 50% of the world's population with huge climate risks. So it's an area that we're committed at the bank of actually reporting on this, but doing it is difficult. I just want to say, I feel fortunate that my background is in biology, because I now talk to climate scientists. And if you don't understand some of that, it's complicated. I have enormous conversations about low carbon cement. How much does that generate off a road? It's a whole new discipline. And I think the other thing is we as accountants, we're not used to changing the baselines and being in a standard where it's okay to report this year and then change your mind next year. And it's a whole new, I can see my accounting folks, there's a fear. The other thing I'd like to say is that I spent some time in New York recently with a major bank that seemed to have a very good sustainability report, and I'm sure they do. But as soon as the controllers and the accountants have stepped into the arena, the whole idea of internal control, there was a whole conversation about whether the sustainability people ever pay attention to accruals. So therefore, the numbers aren't linked up. I fear now that when we do put statements up, my auditors will be looking at my sustainability statements and asking, you know, are your contingent liabilities okay? Because all of a sudden I'm giving them a whole new aspect of information, which is appropriate, but it is new. So it's a very interesting space. And as a controller, I would say right now, I spend 50% of my time talking about this. So it's a huge resource drain. So I'm sure you didn't write no undue costs in the IPSAS standards, the ISSB did. I think there's huge costs to doing this. It's not straightforward.
Yeah. Thank you, Ellen. Well, thank you all for your wealth of good key points and that you've been sharing with us. I'll now open the floor to comments, some maybe more questions to our panelists from the CAG first, and then if there are questions in the audience, there is again a roaming mic somewhere. So if CAG members have questions for the panelists, now is the time. Okay, I can see Ram's raised his hand, so go ahead, Ram.
Yeah, thanks, Fabienne. I would like to say that sustainability, as someone's pointed out earlier, also is one of the most important things, because the way environment is now responding back and the things are becoming evident that if we do not take action now, maybe the time will go and we'll be too late in taking any meaningful action. So it is very important. But you know, before reporting, I think what is more important is sustainability accounting, because first you should bring into the books that what are your resources, what are the resources which are key for development, and which are the resources you would like them to continue for a period of time. And we should be able to match with the rate of consumption with that, and then how long they're going to sustain. Moreover, there are certain things like resources which are exhaustible, which are not to be renewed, and they have a direct linkage with the climate related issues also. So perhaps the emphasis has to be on the accounting first. That let us bring the things in the books of accounts first, and then comes the reporting. Because I think we have straight away go to reporting without putting more emphasis on the accounting, because it is ultimately the accounting which is going to be reported. So perhaps we have to put some more emphasis on that part and see to it that there is a particular framework which is UN sponsored, the CR framework, which does prescribe that what requires to be done. Following that framework, we need to do more on the natural resource accounting, and then perhaps reporting will become more meaningful. Yeah. Thank you.
Many thanks for your comments. I'll go to Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Fabienne. It's not about sustainability reporting. Just want to pick up some of the earlier comments and what Ian was saying, that standard setters quite rightly can't pick up all jurisdictional issues. I think one thing where people on this side of the table and the board can work really well is around developing examples and giving a guardrail, if you like. So a series of examples as to how you go through your thought processes in reaching your judgments, and then the board can sort of vet those examples, if you like. And that's something that I've raised a number of times with the IPSASB and ISBA through the Forum of Firms. Is it's real life examples we need, because it's easy. You often read assurance standards and the examples are a bit Mickey Mouse, for want of a better phrase. So I think some really real life examples that these guys are grappling with run through the staff and the board to give some, like I said, some sort of guidance as to, so in this sort of scenario, this is the sort of thing you might do, would be really useful.
Thank you, Paul. Yeah, there's Timothy. Timothy, yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Fabienne, and thanks to all the panelists for all that sharing their examples, both in the first and second sessions. And I was struck by what Dr. Waffa said about excuse me, about this issue of, you know, of context, and that context matters, and that actually this manifests itself and in terms of both in let's say sustainability reporting, the challenges are very different in different places, and also the first conversation about the challenges in implementing IPSAS more generally is that both context is different and also the capability is different, and so the sort of pathway to accrual or the pathway to sustainability reporting is different, but also I think we are dealing with vastly different contexts and capabilities. And I've said this before, is that it's important, especially with sustainability reporting, that we don't sort of price out a lot of countries to the market in terms of designing standards where countries don't necessarily have the resources or the capability to adhere to them. And this has important aspects. If one of the motivations for sustainability reporting is access to climate finance, and if those countries which need to access climate finance do not have the capability to implement the reforms that will enable them to access it, then this becomes especially sort of problematic. And so I think there is this issue of even though it's important to build on examples of best practice, we also need to bear in mind that we want to be developing standards where no country is sort of excluded in terms of their ability to at least work towards the principles. But also I hear in the room that the debate that there's IPSAS light doesn't work. So it's how do you square? There's a bit of a circle we need to square here of there's an important set of principles to work towards, but there are different capabilities and pathways to there. And so with this, but I haven't got a solution, but I just put it out there that there is a need to be pragmatic here and ensure that the context from Samoa to Saudi to France are actually sort of those voices are heard, and those capabilities are and contexts are of those different jurisdictions are taken into account when especially these sustainability standards are being developed. And so yes, so the concern is that we're basing this too much on the sort of the European and the OECD experience rather than making sure we take into account the different contexts. On one of the issues on how does one build practice when we have an IPSASB sort of start with 10 people, and I think this is all about building, as has been hinted to, building communities and coalitions and basically leveraging on and creating new networks. And I think there's been a lot of talk about sort of peer learning and the importance of examples, but also trying to be deliberate and building a structured way of doing this of IPSASB leveraging on broader networks. And I think institutions like the World Bank and the regional development banks and other IFIs have an important role to play in this as different stakeholder groups, such as the accounting networks and the community around that as well. So I think it's how do we leverage networks, peer learning, and build a broader community that has capacity to support countries in different contexts. But let me stop there. Sorry, I was going on a little bit.
Thank you, Tim. Well, maybe let Ross answer to that.
I don't know if it's an answer to that, but maybe just a few reflections, kind of listening to the first session on the accrual adoption implementation, now sustainability. I think one important point is there's a huge link between both of them. They're different reporting practices, but I think it doesn't matter if you're a developing country or a developed country, finance will be an enabler to addressing sustainability problems. And we've been thinking about it in that way. And I think that's maybe one of the benefits of the small stature of our board and our staff team is it's the same team and same board dealing with both sets of problems. And a couple other points I wanted to just reflect on. and remind people of. Firstly, I really liked how the presentation talked about the sustainability practices where it starts. Reporting is a reflection of what you're actually doing. I think that's really important. And I think that needs to be remembered because I think it comes back. We hear a lot, and as the leader of the staff, we hear a lot about people coming to us with the standard setter to solve problems that are much more complex than an international standard setter is going to set. From a resources perspective, from the right body to address the problem. I think we're just reflecting on the reporting of what's happening and providing international standards that can be used to report on financial reporting and now sustainability reporting. But maybe the reminder is our standard right now is out for consultation. And our process is completely open for anybody who wants to share their views. So if this doesn't work or it's not going to work in your context, we only know that if the people around the table and the people in the room today and online send us comment letters by February 28th. So just remember that if you have strong views either way, if it works for you, and write us a letter, tell us why. If it doesn't work, write us a letter and tell us why. And I just wanted to give a plug. Just in the last couple of weeks, the staff team has launched with one of our members and one of our technical advisors who works regularly on sustainability reporting, a sustainability reporting implementation forum. And this forum is not a conceptual talk shop about different concepts in sustainability. It's simple, have what we've proposed. Is that going to work in an implementation fashion? If not, why not? And you can participate in this forum as a potential preparer in the future. And we're looking for as little as a gap analysis, what you're reporting today versus what we're asking for, and whether there's extreme gaps in your data and ability to provide that. Or as far as maybe we'll do a test report of what the IPSASB report might look like with your sustainability practices. So I think I would say what's frustrating from a standard setting perspective is when people bring you a problem that they want you to solve instead of looking at the tools to develop a solution. Because I think the solutions will come through us working together. Standard setter, IFIs, we've got the World Bank here this week, World Bank supporting our work. I don't think waiting for others to solve any of these problems is going to be right. So we've got to work with others. We're trying to do that, but I think don't miss this opportunity to give us comments on not just our sustainability work, but our tangible natural resources standard that's going to play a part in this, and to use the tools that we've developed, such as the Sustainability Implementation Forum. We're purposely leaving that open for preparers. We're not looking to have the firms or other organizations that want to learn about it come and participate. We're going to allow them to observe, but the people participating are the preparers and the users of the future IPSAS standard to tell us if it works or not.
Well, thank you, Ross. I think that was very useful, and I fully support the Sustainability Reporting Forum, whatever the name, may not have it right, but Implementation Forum. Yes, it's I think it's a very good forum to share what we're doing and how we can advance in that area. I take Jan for now, and then Julie, you raised your hand at one point. Sorry, Jan. Julie, okay. So Jan first, and then Julie.
Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Ross has said, and it partly goes to Tim's point on drawing on networks, and I think that's exactly what we have been doing. And I think, I would very much echo Ross's point that we really are trying to get as much input as possible in to the consultation. And yes, we have gone out and we've had multiple conversations. I've lost count of the number of calls I've been in. I know the staff have had other calls with other organizations, and the number of times I get emails from people saying, we want to have a conversation with you, we want to understand what you're doing. The problem, and the board has faced this already with the exposure draft, and it will face it again when we get the responses in, is at some point, the talking has to stop and there have to be decisions. And the challenge, I think, was well set out by Dr. Wafa in terms of this is a new area, and that makes it hard to work out where you draw the line, how detailed you go. And I think we've all, as professionals, have to accept there are no perfect answers to this. But ultimately, the board is going to have to finalise the guidance, and it won't be perfect, and that won't be for a lack of talking. But ultimately, we as the board are going to have to take some decisions based on what we've heard. So please do contribute, but this is going to be part of an ongoing process, and I think these standards are going to be different because we're going to continue as a community to learn. Helen's point, I think, is entirely right. We have to be talking to other professionals, and other professionals have to be open to talking to us as well. It's a two-way street. But networks alone will not solve it. Actually, at some point in time, decisions have to be made, and not everybody will like the decisions. So, again, that's not being defensive. I think it's just being realistic and actually sitting where we sit around the board. It's hard, and we won't get everything right first time, but it really is important that you keep talking and we have dialogues like we're having today. So thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Julie, you wanted to step in?
Yes, thank you very much. I just wanted to address the point about the real life experience and the real life examples and the importance of sharing the experience among the countries or the public sector entities that already do report on sustainability issues. It can be helpful both for policymakers to see what other entities or other governments are implementing within their policies to take action in sustainability battle, and as well as how do they report on that already in their financial statements, that can be useful for the standard makers to see how the standards that will be adopted are they implementable by the entities? Is the information available for the entities to report on? Because information is key for reporting, and it can be difficult to gather. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Julie, for those points. I think Dr. Wafa wanted to come in.
So thank you so much. I'm sorry if I was critical. I come from a critical school of thought, but I wanted to touch on the positive actually now. Saudi Arabia was able to successfully change from our local standards to IFRS. We have a due process that made sure that all voices were heard, and we were able to, I won't say effortlessly, but we were able to move from the local to IFRS full adaptation. It's a success story that we're very, very proud of. We have a strong accounting group here in Saudi. Now, when it comes to sustainability, right now, like I said, yes, it's not clear what is being reported, and that causes fear. But that didn't stop us. We translated the S1 and S2. We are disseminating the idea, although we haven't adopted it officially, just to show that, yes, we still have faith that this is a good step forward, but I just want to go back and say we do have success stories, and I think this one will also be a success story in Saudi, but it has to go through the evaluation and the process that we are strong at. I think I just wanted to close with that, just to maybe change some perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wafa. That's very clear. Thank you for clarifying. Abdullah?
Thank you for being in. It's really nice of the CAG to have such a session, to have the implementation and just hearing from different stakeholders. And I echo what Ian was saying regarding being principle-based, but it's also good for the board is to embed in their strategy the application panel, and just wanted to improve our set of standards. And And this is one of the things that I think that this is a perfect example on how serious the board is into activating the application panel. But lots of issues that I'm seeing from the region. I've been visiting a couple of countries in the region, and always discussion about property, plant, and equipment. And I guess one of the issues that raised there, because in the implementation phase, they're not as, how would I say it, matured in case of capturing the data. It's not about the standard itself. Sometimes it's about capturing the data and getting them, and how to do the initial measurement later, doing the subsequent measurement. So those are the issues that I kept facing, always from different perspective, but they all fall on the same categories. Infrastructure assets, that would be one of the trickiest points that I've faced, and it's also coming from the same perspective, where lots of countries are in the phase of implementing, early stages of implementing, and that is why they are having the issues. Once they implement, go live, such things would be into capturing the data and doing your bookkeeping, and that I don't think that would be an issue after. So the other element that I've seen in the region about the GFMIS, I know it's not related to our standards, but always that is one of the tricky parts that they always allude to, because they see some gaps or non-alignment between the two initiatives. They break it into two different initiatives, and always there is a gap between the timeline. And the last comment that I want to make about sustainability and being pragmatic in the board, just we approve the standard, but the implementation is a different league, because it's not like financial reporting. Financial reporting, we know what we do. We know how the flow of the information is captured. We know how to report it, review it, have it audited. Yet in sustainability, you would have all these stakeholders not necessarily knowing what your accountants are doing. So you would have somebody in different, I don't want to name entities because we are in discussions within Saudi. So if I'm naming entities, that would be troublesome. So you would have those entities responsible for public programs, and some of it would be pertaining to the private sector, and some of them would be for public sector. How you gonna raise awareness, or how you gonna build your holistic strategy and have reporting on them? That would be on the implementation part of it. It's not about making the standards ready there. I echo what Dr. Wafa was saying about S2. And I will share with you some of the comments that, not necessarily my comments, but this is from my country and from the MENA region. You came aggressive in the guidelines, but it was light on the standard itself. If you want to implement them, the cost benefit thing, the risk around them, those were of the issues that were popping up. The second point to it, and I will conclude, I promise, it was saying the feasibility around the coming standards. We're saying you have S1, S2, you are clear, you know where you're going. But beyond that, you have this discussion about S3, S4. But for us, if you have one leg into the game, you cannot withdraw it. So make sure that, or have feasibility and communicate what you have in your strategy to other stakeholders to know if they want to adopt, not adopt, align, create their own standards. And sorry for being long time.
Thank you, Abdullah. And where I'm at it, thank you to you and to your team for helping us sourcing the panelists. So thank you very much for helping know that. Well, our panel is now drawing to a close. So I'd like the panelists to, in just one sentence, if possible, be able to provide just one takeaway from the discussion, and for the benefit of the CAG and the IPSASB as they progress their work further. So whoever wants to go first, or Sajida maybe.
Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts today. And as the IPSASB and CAG in their progress of discussion, I would like to highlight one key takeaway, which is the importance of promoting collaborations. You know, successful adoption ensures government, professional bodies, and international governments or organizations work together toward the common goals.
Harris?
I think the CAG and the IPSASB are doing great in helping the enhancing the standards in the public sector to the best practices neutrally. I think alignment with IFRS is healthy, but it's always important to remember that the financial reporting goals for the public and private sectors are different. I think the key is to find a balance that allow the public sector to achieve its objectives while still benefiting from the global best practices in financial reporting. Thank you.
Maya, your turn.
Thank you. I guess it's my main point would be just to keep aware of the different challenges that different jurisdictions face when it comes to implementation of both IPSAS and on their pathway and adoption of sustainability reporting standards, raising awareness and making sure that it's all about creating a common international language for financial and non-financial reporting in the public sector. So I think that's a key point. Thank you.
Thank you. Amna?
So one takeaway that sustainability and ESG reporting are becoming increasingly relevant to the public sector accountability and transparency. So it is important to begin integrating ESG consideration to IPSAS board agenda and developing frameworks that balance comprehensive reporting with practical visibility, collaborate with other standard setters to ensure alignment and avoid reporting fragmentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Amna. Dina, some words?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Fabienne. So I would say that we see that the entire world undergoes a lot of transformations, right? Not only sustainability and environmental, but also from a technology and artificial intelligence, there's a lot of things that is coming in place. I would say in our jurisdiction, the vision and goals is all going in that path heavily. There is a huge investments are going related to that. We would love to see that the IPSAS board and CAG are leading this transformation, the guides that is being developed, especially within this time frame of maintenance. If we took this into consideration and lead those changes and guide the path, so we all, with our collaboration, all of us together, we are working on the same consistent and application of those changes.
Thank you, Dina.
Thank you.
I just think on sustainability, don't give up. I think I feel quite confident about entity scope 1 to 3 now, but there are other bits that are more complicated, but we are allowed to report what we have. So I would encourage you not to give up. But I also would encourage the accounting profession that you now need to be influencers about what your entities do. And that's a different track for us to get our heads around, I guess.
Well, thank you very much all. I'm actually impressed that wherever you're at in your journey, either on financial reporting and sustainability reporting, I guess we all share common themes, what would be common language, raising awareness, and so on. So I guess that's a real universal type of thing that we all share together, and collaboration and sharing experiences, I guess, is a very good way to go forward on that. So thank you very much. So I'd like us to really warmly thank all panelists for their time preparing that panel discussion and for sharing their experiences with us today. And I believe that was a very insightful and fruitful discussion. And I hope you share the sentiment. So, thank you. So we have still 5 minutes before the lunch break, and I'd like now to welcome Ross to talk about the Technical Director's report on the work programme. Ross, over to you.
Thanks, Fabienne. And tough act to follow after the implementation panel. That was a great discussion. So we're now on agenda item 4.1. And the good thing is, because of all the production of the board in the last couple meetings, there's not a lot of detail that we need to cover that we're not already talking about later this afternoon. So again, I've already talked about it in the comments in the panel, but don't forget about our ongoing consultations and the need for CAG members all around the world to share those consultations in your networks. If you need any materials for any discussions you'll be having, please reach out to staff. We have a lot of presentations that you can use. We have a lot of material that we've been using ourselves that we're always available to make available to any of the CAG members that would like to share the word in their jurisdiction. So ED 92 on tangible natural resources, IPSASB Sustainability Reporting Standard Exposure Draft 1, climate-related disclosures. We have tons of material and support. So if you're looking to engage in your jurisdiction, just share the word with anybody. Let us know. We're always here to support. The other thing I'd like to just mention is just a thanks to CAG members. It's easy to forget, but the CAG forms a really important part of the IPSASB's due process. And I think we actually got a good demonstration of that this morning with these discussions. I've always thought of it as a great way to get a sense check on what our constituents are thinking about. And I think we've definitely got a good sense of what's the thinking and developments are in the region here, as well as around the world. And later in the week, the board will be discussing the new maintenance activities on the international application panel and post-implementation reviews. I'm very happy that we had many board members and technical advisors sitting and listening today as well, because I guarantee that these points will be redeliberated and brought up throughout the week as we move through our program. With that, I don't have any other introductory points, but I'm happy to take any comments on the work program itself. Where we're going in the future, and maybe just to put down a bit of a marker, I do expect we'll have a pretty detailed discussion with the CAG in June on the future of the work program from 2026 and onwards, because that'll be a focus of the board's work in 2025. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Russ. And I think what you emphasize on the CAG's role in the GE process is also an important way for us to, well, to help us know where we stand in the GE process of IPSASB's projects. So really thank you for this and much appreciated. Would anybody want to ask questions of Russ? Can't see any, so you're all very hungry, obviously. Okay, so I'll go ahead then. So, well, thank you all for these very interesting discussions this morning. We're now approaching the lunch break, as I mentioned earlier. So for CAG members here in person, there is a group photo, and Eileen is going to provide more information on that. So please wait for instructions from Eileen. And for the others, bon appétit, and I'll see you back in the room and online at 1:30 KSA time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So for CAG members, we're going to take the photo first before we go to lunch. It should be pretty quick. So please meet us in the foyer. We'll be taking the photo near the guest services area. For everyone else, lunch will be served on the first floor. So you will need to take the elevators up one floor. I haven't found stairs yet, but hopefully we can at some point. But there will be many people outside that can help direct you to access the elevators and head up to lunch. It will be a buffet style, and again, it will go for about an hour. And because we do have a bit of a commute, we do encourage you to try to make sure you're back in time for the kickoff of the technical project discussions that we have this afternoon. So thank you very much. CAG members, we will see you outside.
You okay with a few more minutes? I'm okay. Just for those online, we're going to resume the meeting in a bit of time. So get prepared. Well, thank you for joining us back to the room and online. So if you can online, if you can turn your cameras on. Thank you. So I'm now opening the afternoon session of the CAG meeting. Our next topic is for us to discuss about the IPSASB's maintenance activities and related proposed operating procedures. Edwin is going to lead us through the presentation, and you'll be asked to share your views first on post-implementation reviews, in short, PIR, and then on the IPSASB application panel, in short, IAP. So acronyms that you should be used to, getting used to. Edwin, over to you.
Thank you, Fabienne. So as Fabienne mentioned, I will be splitting the discussion into two parts. The first part will be on the post-implementation review, and the second part will be on the IPSASB application panel. So just as a bit of background and explaining why we're discussing this at the CAG, we presented the preliminary operating procedures for the panel back in September 2023, and we have presented the preliminary procedures for the PIR back in September of this year. And one of the comments we got from the board was to get feedback from the CAG on whether our draft procedures were appropriate, and also to get a sense of whether the proposed involvement of the CAG was sufficient and appropriate as well. So that's what we'll be discussing this time. I'll start with the post-implementation review. So the objective of the PIR is really trying to determine if the effects of applying an IPSAS, and in the future, the effects of applying an IPSASB SRS are as intended when the board developed these standards. In the paper, I've included the full operating procedures for the PIR in 5.2, agenda item 5.2. I will not be going through that in detail. I'm going to assume that the members have read the document. But what I really want to point out is that the CAG's involvement is really in the selection and prioritization of the standards that we will plan to review and the timing of review. So that is discussed in paragraphs 5 to 7 of the procedures. We will also consult with the CAG on the identification of specific matters to be examined when developing a request for information. And also we will consult with the CAG when we analyze the responses that come back from our constituents when they respond to the RFI. So those are covered in the activities to be undertaken section in paragraph 8. And then finally, I would like to point out that the post-implementation review is not a standard setting project on its own, but we could get to a place where the result of the PIR will indicate that there should be a standard setting project. And then in that case, the IPSASB's normal due process will be followed, and that will include consultation with the CAG as well. So I guess I'll open up to the CAG for discussion with the two questions in the paper. And the first one is just generally, are the proposed operating procedures for the PIR consistent with the strategic objectives? And I guess I'll pull in the second one too, is do CAG members have any other advice on the implementation of PIR? So basically a general discussion and comments from the CAG members.
Thank you, Edwin. So, okay, all. So I can see some, Agnieszka, I can see some hands being raised here. So Paul, can you start us up? Paul, you're on mute.
Sorry, I thought I'd unmuted. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Fabienne. Well, yes, we definitely do think that the maintenance activities are consistent with the strategic objectives. And I would agree that the involvement with the CAG, to my mind at least, seems sufficient as per the stated terms. We had a couple of more general comments, so the second part of your question. We note for the PIRs, we're looking at a minimum of 5 years. We note this is quite a bit different from, say, the IFRS, and we wondered why 5 years have been chosen. We weren't necessarily able to see that obviously from the document. And we know that the time period can be extended, but is it possible for it to be reduced if urgent issues are identified, either by the CAG or the implementation panel, for instance? But also, I think we also considered that for an issue to be identified, the standard has to have been used to a certain level of degree and by a certain number of jurisdictions. And we wonder also whether, if a standard hasn't been widely adopted, whether that could be an indication that there's an issue with it that actually may not come up through the CAG or through another means. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Edwin?
Yeah, so the 5-year was chosen on the basis that, unlike IFRS, where we would have quarterly reporting and where most countries would just adopt them as they're being issued by the ISB, there is an adoption process for IPSAS in most countries. So that would add more time to when we publish the standard to when they're actually being implemented. And also, a lot of times we saw that there wasn't really a lot of quarterly reporting in the public sector. So that would mean there would be a lot less information to draw from if it was less than 5 years. Actually, you mentioned that there is wording in the operating procedures that talk about extending the period, and I've received other comments as well asking whether it could be shortened, and that's definitely a possibility. It's not, the procedures were not meant to say that it's 5 years or more. It's really flexible. So yes, if anything comes up with the implementation panel or other sources indicate that there should be, or there is an issue that we should look at, that 5-year period could be shortened. And in terms of widely, or whether something is widely adopted, we will also be considering whether an IPSAS is essentially not being adopted at the local level, because that would be an indication that maybe perhaps there's something inherently or inappropriate with the principles that we've proposed or issued.
Ross, is there anything you would add on that?
So I completely agree with all of Edwin's points, and just maybe 2 points. So the board hasn't agreed to these operating procedures yet. They're also discussing it this week. So this is just staff's thinking at this point. But the point about shortening the post-implementation review process, I think the board could undertake a review of a standard at any time. Just having the post-implementation review process doesn't mean that they wouldn't be able to do that any longer. That's just the formal process for considering implementation of the standard using a post-implementation review. So that's why the proposal was 5 years or more, because that would be for the formal process of doing that. But if there was noise around a standard that came through the application panel, a CAG discussion, or anything coming up through board discussions that showed there was a problem with the standard before 5 years, like the board's been doing all along, we would update. So an example of that in the last recent years was when COVID hit. We had a bunch of standards that weren't yet effective. We gave an extra year to extend that, or we proposed an extra year that was supported. So just want to make those points. Thanks.
Thank you, Ross. Agnieszka?
Thank you, Fabienne. First of all, I'm in agreement with what was said in the document strategically. I have two detailed comments and one question. And one comment would refer to IFRS aligned standards, I guess point 5b. According to the draft operating procedures, in case of IFRS aligned standard, in the selection process, whether the PIR should take place or not, you propose to take into consideration unexpected application issues in the context of the public sector that appeared and public sector specific adaptation of the standards. I was thinking that maybe on top of those two, maybe some more general consideration should be given referring to whether IFRS aligned standards is actually, as it was assumed at the beginning, proper for the public sector. Because that's the first thought you have probably while actually implementing the standards that is aligned with IFRS. That's not in contradiction with those two, but maybe more general, because if there is a specific application problem with the IFRS aligned standard, that may stem from the fact that maybe it's not that fit for the purpose in the public sector. That's one thing. And another comment would be to the relation of those two, so PIR and IAP analysis, because the food for both, let's say, systems would be actually practice and application issues from the practice. My impression while reading the documents is that probably analysis of the panel would go first because it will like more current, more up to date. And if there are any issues coming from that, then they can be, as the paper on PIR says, actually given to the consideration when deciding whether the review should take place or not. But on the other hand, in the operating procedures for the application panel, point 19, there is no conclusion that one of the outputs of the panel could be actually referring the certain problem to the future PIR or to something like that. Maybe it's just, you can do that, you don't have to write about that, but that's something that came to my mind while reading. And the third thing would be a question to you, whether you have anything in mind already how to proceed with the existing standards, because it's like, if you look at the number of the standards, it's like really an extensive work, giving into account the limited resources. And as far as I remember, I'm also involved to some extent in the process of IFRS adoption in Poland, and it's, if I recall correctly, they focused on the new standards. So I don't think they've done the PIRs for, let's say, the old standards, as to say. So, so the question is whether you already have some kind of thinking what to do with the old standards. So not the most current ones, because the most current ones, like they are very, very important for the public sector, and probably there will be some thinking that there should be in 5-year time from the application date a review on them. But how about the rest? Thank you.
Yes, so we did think about old standards or existing standards. And one of the things we mentioned was we might be looking at them by topic areas or themes. So Yeah, so things would be, so for an example, business combinations and amalgamations, that fits in with consolidations because it's almost like day one accounting versus continuing accounting. So that could be grouped together in one review, assuming it's not too much for constituents to respond to. But we would be grouping standards in topics like that so that it's more manageable for staff to look at. And instead of doing 50 different PIRs for the existing IPSAS, we would be sending out, I guess, fewer PIRs with a bundle of standards in each one.
Yeah, I read about the groupings, but would that mean that you're thinking about actually some kind of review of the whole bunch, like grouping by topics? Yes, but you have, it seems to me that you have in mind that the whole, let's say, literature should be reviewed. Is that correct? Unless it appears you don't need that, yeah?
I would think so. I think ideally we would look at everything, but there could be situations where after looking at a standard in the initial research and consideration phase, there is really no issue to think about, then we would just drop that altogether.
Yeah, Russ.
Yeah, and just to say, I think the focus for this discussion in this meeting with the board was trying to get the operating procedures developed. And then I think there's a need for a discussion with the board on what the programming of going through the standards would be. So to this point, the board's agreed we need to set these different maintenance activities up. But in terms of whether we'd start with one topic as kind of a test PIR and a program of work, I do think that's something we've got to think about. I kind of agree with Edwin. I think it would make sense. Your starting population is all of the standards that meet the criteria in a PIR, and then you would focus on the ones that's the biggest need. But that's something I do think we'd have to discuss with the board and potentially even the CAG before we started to commit to anything, because I think there's a lot of good ideas on how we could do it. But first, we kind of have to build out what it's going to look like, what we're going to do. Then I think we can work up a PIR work program of some sort.
Thank you, Russ. I'll go to Geoffrey next.
Thank you, Fabienne, and hello, everybody. Just a very short question. The objective of this is to assess whether the effects of applying the standards are as intended when they were developed. I just wonder, is it always clear what those effects were intended to be? You know, because that's the criteria against which this is being judged, which looks very sensible. But you know, is it always clear what those effects were? Thank you.
I would say for the more recent projects, at least the ones that I've seen since I've joined the IPSASB staff, we start off with usually a consultation paper where we talk about the underlying principles and how that ties into our framework, how that serves the public interest, et cetera. So I think for most of the more recent project, I would say the staff has a pretty good idea on what the effects should be or what the board was trying to get to when they developed those standards. In terms of the older IPSAS, I don't really know if the same process was followed, but I would imagine that if we go back to the basis for conclusions in a lot of those older IPSAS, it would actually say what the board's intention was or what underlying principles they were trying to develop.
Thank you, Edwin. I go to Timothy next.
Thanks. One of my original questions was similar to one of Agnieszka's points, which was about, you know, so this is focusing on individual standards, but maybe that, you know, we should limit the focus to that, but then, and I think the ambition of this is great, but then is there a corresponding thinking about evaluating the effect periodically of implementing IPSAS across the piece, basically. So there's obviously the need to do it vertically related to each standard, but what about the assessment sort of periodically. And then I had two questions. One, a little bit of being a scratch record, is when one's doing these PERs, are we explicitly looking at them achieving their objectives in different contexts? So in the in different both contexts, in different environments, both in terms of sort of different types of entity, but also different types of country and country contexts as well. Sort of my Samoa to Saudi to Switzerland kind of point that it's important to look at them not just in the best in one type of country. And then the other thing is this issue again around the what the effects are, and I think again to the point is not just looking at the effects in terms of within the accounting community and the intended sort of accounting effects, as it were, but actually again this sort of moving forward, this what do people outside the accounting community, and how are we communicating that, and how is it impacting the sort of broader context as well. And that applies both to my points of doing it for an individual a standard, but also so my question about across the piece as well. Thanks.
So Ross, go ahead. Yeah.
So I would say maybe to answer part of your first question, we would, in all of our work, we're always looking at different contexts and different entities. And I think that's one of the good things of our structure with a globally diverse board and a globally diverse CAG. So it'll be the board that decides which items we have post-implementation reviews on and the questions we ask in that post-implementation review. And then it's open for anyone to comment. And if I use the example, we're lucky enough, we've got a Saudi member and we've got a Swiss member if you want to talk different contexts. And we've got representation in Africa, Asia, in the Americas as well. So as long as we continue to maintain diversity of our board and diversity on the CAG, those perspectives are coming into our work, full stop. And again, we do a full open process, so there's nothing stopping any jurisdiction that wants to get involved in the process to share their thinking. So I would say that's one of the things that our due process underlines and our public interest oversight committee focuses on. They're heavily focused on our appointments process and ensuring that we maintain diversity of not only geography, but also professional background on the board. And that's something that IFAC and Ian and I hear quite a bit when we engage with the Public Interest Committee. So I don't expect that to change anytime soon. And as long as we continue to have that diversity, those perspectives are definitely available for the board in its deliberations.
Thank you, Ross. Edwin, do you want to add something, or shall I go to Anthony?
I would just add that when we look at standards, it's very rare for us to look at just the accounting impacts. I think we would consider the public interest issues as well. And even as recently as natural resources, like the public interest issues was a very big part of that debate. So it's not always just the accounting.
Thank you, Edwin. I ask Anthony to come up.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Very good work in the draft operating procedures to the team. Extending some of the earlier conversations, I always find value in having major and minor processes around these things. You may, Ian Crothers spoke about the limited resources of the team, etc. There may be cases where the issue or question raised may not warrant a full standard review and may only require a minor review, and having to utilise a full maintenance procedure may be cumbersome and more than is required. So I think in my experience, having both a major and a minor clarity issue would be useful. And then does the concept of urgency require a fast track process as well, if extending that discussion around the 5 years area? The other question for the team is around communication. Should progress and the decision around the PIR be brought into the scope of these operating procedures, or even the link into existing IPSASB communication procedures. From a contemporary risk management point of view, describing everything as issues may remove or reduce the opportunity for opportunities to be identified. So providing more neutral statements around observations may be more appropriate than focusing on issues, which may not get ways of improvement as well as gaps or challenges in the existing standards. And finally, for prioritisation frameworks, there's the concept of filters as well as ways for force ranking from a prioritisation perspective. Filters generally work to say, is this issue or opportunity identified within the scope of this particular operating procedure? And some of the questions in section 13 seem to be more to me to be filters rather than of those that are within scope. Where does our priority lie in terms of performing a PIR? So I'd suggest to the team that they consider both filters, i.e. Will we look at it, and then priorities, in which order should we look at it as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Anthony. Edwin, want to come back to?
We'll definitely think about some of these comments. I think for communication, I believe the intention is we would be updating the board as we progress. So while there wouldn't be a separate specific public communication, it would be in our board papers.
Okay, so I go to Ada next and then Julie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think a lot of my points have already been raised, so I'll jump on top of Tim and Anthony. I think we cannot, the framework as designed, I'll say that it is the right way to think about it. But in the implementation, I think it will be very important to really underscore the stakeholder engagement impact. We earlier discussed that the scale and scope of every change is very variable because countries or the people who adopt IPSAS, they're at a very different maturity lens, and the learnings are going to be very different. So maybe a very formalized attempt on how are we going to integrate the lessons that are learned in the implementation to create a continuous improvement approach. Because when I take the maturity of the different stakeholders and the 5-year, if we're not careful, we may miss some as part of that journey. So being very deliberate around how we integrate the learnings and continuous improvement in the ecosystem will be good. There's the communication to the board, but how will countries and stakeholders be aware of some of those changes? Being very explicit around that will be useful. I think adaptability and agility will just be key in making sure that we're continuously learning and adapting the standards as it is used by the different parts of the ecosystem. Over to you.
Thank you, Ada. I ask Ross to come in.
I think very good points. I think part of a post-implementation review process is a communication exercise in its own right. So if the board undertakes a post-implementation review and decides to issue a request for information, that's a public consultation that will explain the questions that it's asking, why it's asking those, and then like any consultation we undertake in our due process, we'd publicly report the responses we get and what the board's actions are flowing from those responses. In the instance when it decided for a reason it started a PIR and it wasn't going to issue a request for information, I think we'd have some sort of a feedback mechanism to make the board's decisions clear, similar to when the board made a decision on the differential reporting project in the last year, or it started some research, decided it wasn't taking the project forward, it had a feedback statement for constituents. So I think we've got the mechanisms, but those are points that maybe we haven't fully captured yet on the communication aspects of the starting, stopping. And I think that goes to maybe points that Anthony had as well on major, minor. So when I think of post-implementation reviews, I don't think of those as major minor. I think it's simply a post-implementation review, but the output could be a major or minor project in terms of the board's work program. And that's if you were undertaking a post-implementation review and you decided there was changes to the standard, then the board would do its normal scoping for what's the scope of the project that it's bringing on board. Is it adding minor pieces of guidance to application guidance only? Is it a major opening up of principles in the core of the standard? So there is a scoping exercise that separate from the post-implementation review process the board takes for all of its projects and would have to do for these as well. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ross, for these additions. Julie?
Well, thank you, Fabian. So first of all, I'd like to say that I think this is a very important project to undertake, learning from the implementation's issues and activities. I think the board can learn a lot for the future processes of standard setting. But I would like to emphasize that the complexity of adoption and implementation of IPSASs in different countries or by different entities is very high, and it requires a lot of resources to adopt new IPSASs or to make adjustments to existing IPSASs. I'm just speaking as a standard setting board in my country, and I can say it requires a lot of resources to adjust our standards to changes that were adopted to IPSASs. So for every change or discussion that you undertake under this project of post-implementation review, I would like to emphasize the importance of considering the costs of implementing such a change, if there would be change following the review by the entities that adopt IPSAS. And another point I would like to make is one of the outcomes that you have stated here is issuance of explanations, and in that area as well, I would like to say that we need to be careful with the explanations, because entities that adopt and implement IPSAS, they already have made judgments on how to implement, and they already issued procedures and processes on how to implement specific accounting policies. And if new explanations or new examples are issued by the board, they can be different from the one that exists, and they might lead to additional need to discuss by the adopting entities whether the existing procedures are appropriate in light of the new explanations and new examples that might be issued following the review. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I guess you all made very good points, and to help the board design how to identify the topics that should go through the PIR, and use relevant criteria. Edwin, want to? Okay, so we'll move on to the next. Okay, Adnan. Okay, sorry. Adnan and Key. Okay. And yeah. So Adnan, go ahead.
Thank you, Fabian. I'm talking on behalf of the 27 UN agencies and the observers, the 10 observer agencies that work with the Task Force on Accounting Standards on behalf of the UN. We welcome the post-implementation review and the operating procedures. I think it is something that's been missing. Most of us have been users of IPSAS for the last 10 years plus. And we have come back to the IPSAS board staff on a number of occasions about explanations where things have changed or things have moved on. And I think we do need to make sure that the review process helps users in a changing world with a changing environment. We work with multiple member states, multiple donors, IFIs. They have changes in their legislative requirements. We have also on our side. So I think from my side, I'd like to say that this is actually something that we welcome because it will help us immensely in dealing with our external auditors in respect of how things are interpreted across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. Key?
Thanks, Chair. I have one suggestion about the timing of review. I think the reason why the timing of PIR is 5 years should be clarified more clearly. The financial report in the public sector is for public interest, and the relationship between the users and the providers of the financial report is relatively more indirect as compared to that of the financial reports in private sectors. Unlike financial report in private sectors, the financial report in public sector would not attract intensive attention from the stakeholders. As users of public sector's financial reports, the public is not as quick to provide feedback on accounting standards as companies, investors, or creditors. So we lead a relatively longer cycle to evaluate the effectiveness of implementation of standards, such as 5-year cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Do you want to get in, Mia?
Thank you. I'm just wondering, Edwin, you mentioned that these procedures started developing in 2023, I think. Correct me if I misunderstood. Okay, I'm just wondering, in terms of the strategy, I understand that the application panel and the PIRs were mostly in the strategy focused on IPSAS or the financial reporting standards. And I notice here you've actually also included the sustainability reporting standards, which are in the phase of development. So maybe just to think about when we talk about maintenance activities, we've got both the financial reporting and the sustainability reporting standards here in the procedures. The other thing, I found that the tasks and the purpose were very well, defined in the procedures. But for me personally, what was missing is the when. So first of all, I guess, should there be some kind of an annual planning process that kind of guides, the annual activities of these reviews or activities to be undertaken? When does it start? How long does a certain activity take? Is there a deadline? Is there a maximum period? So something around the timeframes of just to lead the members who take part in these activities. That was for me maybe something that wasn't quite clear, I guess. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mia. Very good points, I guess, to take away from staff. Edwin, do you want to move us on to the IPSASB application panel, if I got it right?
So the second half of the paper dealt with the IPSASB application panel, and the purpose of that side of the maintenance activities was really in assisting and fostering the consistent application of IPSAS. And as Mia mentioned, we also added IPSASB SRS to that as well. And that was actually a discussion that happened in 2023 when we first pitched the panel. One of the comments from the board was we originally called it the IPSAS application panel, but the decision was made to rename it IPSASB application panel, so it could be applied to both IPSAS's and the SRS standards. Oh, thanks. So the way that we're achieving that, achieving the consistent application, is really looking to questions from constituents. And unlike the PIR, where we're essentially looking back and thinking about looking at everything, the panel is really driven by input from constituents. So users of the financial statements, preparers, in some cases it could be consultants or like the CAG members here, or it could even be auditors of IPSASB statements. So what how this panel will operate is we will take input mostly through our website that we will develop, and essentially get feedback in the form of questions or potential accounting issues that the panel should look at. So the full operating procedures of the panel are included in agenda item 5.3. Similar to the last item, I'm not going to go through each step in detail. What I will highlight is that for CAG involvement, because this is more of a constituents-driven process, really the explicit involvement of the CAG is limited to just the identification of any application issues. And again, similar to the post-implementation review, the panel itself is not a standard setting project, but it could lead to standard setting. And if it does, then the IPSASB will follow its due process, and that would include consultations with the CAG. So I'll open up to discussion, and it's really the same two questions that I've asked before. First one is, are the proposed operating procedures appropriate and in line with the objectives? And the second is, do CAG members have any other advice for the operation of the panel?
Okay, so Agnieszka, if you want to start us up.
Thank you, Fabienne. So my first question would be referring to what was already raised, sustainability, whether and the change of the panel, as you explained, Edwin. So my question would be whether you considered to have a separate panel for sustainability. I can imagine that there may be some overlapping issues, that's for sure. But when I was looking at the composition of the panel, which is 4 to 6 people, it's not that a large group. And if you want to squeeze the technical knowledge of people that could deal with both financial reporting and sustainability, that may be a challenge. Although I, of course, can see also, as I said, overlapping issues and the literature which is consistent, because you have financial reporting standards. We are going to have sustainability reporting standards. Then you have some financial reporting referring to sustainability issues as natural resources and RPGs and so on. So there are pros and cons of having one panel. So whether that was discussed or not. And another point is, when I was reading operating procedures, everything was clear except for the last part, which seems to me very vague. And the part I'm referring to is potential outputs of the application panel. So I was not sure what the outputs would be. So first of all, if the questioning party, let's call this person or institution that would ask the question, whether they would be given any feedback from you or not, that's the first question. And another thing is whether anything that the panel is going to produce, because I'm also aware that we are not heading into the direction of having interpretations, and of course not obligatory interpretations. But if I understood correctly, the effect of the analysis would be put in writing, and that would be just the document for the IPSASB board meeting for their decision. And for me, it does not seem very transparent, because whether you want it or not, this analysis will be the source of information for the constituencies. If they need something, if they want to check whether application panel dealt with any decision, so then they would go through the meetings of the IPSAS board and looking in the agenda whether you know. I think anything that you produce should be displayed in a transparent way on the website, of course, with all the disclaimers about the material, what's the status of the material and so on, because otherwise people will not be eager to ask. Whether they won't get feedback, you will have no questions for the application panel probably, because the feedback is the key point here. And I can imagine that it's a tricky thing because of the status of the analysis and the feedback with all those issues that have already been raised. And that would be all. Thank you.
Before I go to Mia and Ellen, Ross, yes, it's up to you. So Mia. Thank you.
That's fine. I actually absolutely agree with what Agnieszka said. So to me, it also felt like it's coming from the constituents, but we're not talking back to them. So this is, yeah, without further explanation, that was the point as well.
Can I tag on? Yeah. Can I tag? I just wonder what the speed of response is, because you set this up and there's an anticipation you'd come back swiftly. I'm not sure there was anything in the paper that talked about speed of response.
Ross, okay. And then Timothy.
So we don't have an answer yet on speed of response because we don't even have a panel yet. So I think those are the growing pains we're going to have to go through when we set it up. I don't think we intend for it to be a very lengthy process, but until we have the panel and we establish how it actually works, I don't think we can commit in this document just yet what our timelines are going to be. To Agnieszka's point, maybe it's not captured in the operating procedures now, but I don't think the intention is that for people to find what's been discussed at the panel, they're digging through board papers. So I think we will use our website to platform that we've got this group, and the discussions from the board would be captured there, as well as the outcomes of those discussions. So, maybe not fully articulated yet, but I don't think the intention is that this is just something the board does and kind of hides in board papers. As Edwin rightly said, this is the second or third time we've talked with the board about these application panel procedures. And it was an explicit board decision that we expand it to include sustainability reporting to future-proof it. There aren't any standards in the public sector for sustainability reporting yet. So having a separate panel feels like a misallocation of resources based on what we're working on now. And I would just say we have other support processes for sustainability reporting, like the Sustainability Reference Group, the Sustainability Implementation Forum, that are more focused on where we are in the process for sustainability standards. So I'm okay with the board wanting to future-proof this, but I think this is related to the application of IPSAS and the application panel. So I don't think we should make it too complicated with focusing on sustainability too much now. In the future, when we have standards in sustainability, we might have to come back and have another look at the balance. But, I think that's how we've been thinking about it, at least in the staff level.
Thank you, Ross, for the clarification. I'm conscious of the time. We've got sort of 2 more minutes. So Tim and Paul, Tim first, and Paul, if you could keep your comment or question short. Thank you.
Okay, my first comment was related to this discussion going on, and it's more to the point that as it is envisaged that there is this single it is a single panel, but the level of the issues being dealt with will be diverse. One option might be then to sort of have a set of permanent membership and sort of co-opt in different skills on a temporary basis depending on the issues being discussed. So that's one possible proposal to deal with this diverse set of issues. And also thinking about this may involve quite a lot of time and resources for the panel and the staff involved in this process. So So this sort of calls into question is there much thinking about the process for selection and nomination, and also the incentive that panel members will have to deliver their inputs, because it will involve a lot of sort of time, and it will be quite intensive to respond to these specific issues. So just two thoughts.
Well, thank you, Tim. Good votes that are going to be taken on by staff. And Paul?
Thanks, Chair. Just a quick question. Is there, I didn't see it from the documents, but is there supposed to be a formal link between the post-implementation reviews and the application implementation panel? So an automatic reference, for instance.
So there wasn't meant to be a formal link, but we could have an issue go to the panel first, which would lead into a post-implementation review. So.
Well, Ellen, are you okay? Good, thank you. Okay, so I guess this comes to an end. So any other thoughts you'd like to add, Edwin? Thank you. So thank you for your comments. I hope you, Edwin, you have a lot to take on and work on. So our next topic is definitely, thank you, Edwin, is definitely more technical, and it's about the presentation of financial statements project. So we'll just take a moment while Eileen changes hats to now present the next topic for the presentation of financial statements project. So you may remember that in June, Anthony Heffernan took us through the presentation of the statement of financial position, and the CAG made useful comments to the board, advising not to add another approach to current non-current presentation of items in the statement of financial position. Well, Anthony has since changed position and is no longer with the staff. So we now welcome Eileen, who's going to lead us through today's topic, focused on the presentation of revenue and expense items. So Eileen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So hello, everyone. As Fabienne mentioned, I have started now on the presentation of financial statements project. So I joined a few weeks ago and have really been trying to get my feet wet as quickly as possible. So thank you for the patience with this. Now, as Fabienne noted, this project has come to the CAG agenda previously. It's currently in phase 1 of the project for the IPSASB, focusing on developing a consultation paper as well as an accompanying illustrative exposure draft. What the board is currently pivoting to do, especially this week, is now focusing on the statement of financial performance and talking about revenue and expense items. One of the key issues that has come up from past discussions, which the board had a very preliminary, I would say exploratory discussion on earlier this year, was regarding the presentation of revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit. And so that's what we're hoping to gather CAG advice on today to support the board in its discussions and breakout discussion that's happening later this week. So one thing we wanted to do to kick off the discussion is just provide a very high-level overview of what IPSAS currently requires. So currently, IPSAS requires public sector entities to present revenue and expense items from the reporting period in either surplus or deficit, or outside of surplus or deficit. Now, the revenue and expense items that are in surplus or deficit are presented in the statement of financial performance. And that statement has been seen by public sector financial statement users as a very key source of financial information. So it's a really important primary financial statement for users in the public sector. In comparison, revenue and expense items that are recognized outside of surplus or deficit are directly into net asset equity, which means they're presented on the statement of changes in net assets equity. Now, this statement is generally it receives less attention from users in the public sector compared to the other statements within the suite of statements. Now, one thing to note is that the IPSASB has not explicitly developed a basis to determine which revenue and expense items are actually in surplus or deficit versus outside of surplus or deficit. This allocation has essentially developed over time as the IPSASB has developed its standards, and that allocation is also consistent with the IASB's allocation of income and expenses either in profit or loss or outside of profit or loss. That allocation has essentially been consistent between the two IASB and IPSASB boards and their standards for the last 25 years. Now, what we have up here in the two text boxes are really a very generalized summary of how we can think about the two buckets of revenue and expense items. And these were some of the themes that were coming out from the earlier board discussions as well a few months ago, where the revenue and expense items that are in surplus or deficit and therefore reported on, presented on the statement of financial performance, they're generally those types of items that are within the ordinary operations of the entity, and it's for them to achieve the service delivery objectives. Now, these items are generally considered realized and over which the entity has some level of control. And if we look at the other side on those that are outside of surplus or deficit, this is really the opposite. So generally those that are outside of ordinary operations, they're generally considered to be unrealized and not within where the entity does not have a concrete level of control. Now, this is not definitive by any means. Again, the board doesn't have a specific basis or principle in which they are splitting it. And we do note that that is a bit of a challenge in many cases. And where we are with this project, though, is to focus on the presentation requirements. So this project will not be considering how these revenue and expense items are actually divvied between them, so whether it's in or not in surplus or deficit, nor is this project reviewing the recognition measurement requirements. Those are all within individual IPSAS within the suite of standards. So what the IPSASB is trying to do this week is to consider whether or not it would need to develop new requirements regarding the presentation of revenue and expense items that are currently outside of surplus or deficit, which is the right side of the slide here. Now, what we're hoping to get CAG feedback on today is to really support the IPSASB by bringing in that public interest perspective and thinking about this discussion that it will need to have and the decisions that it will need to make on the presentation requirements. So two things we wanted to flag for CAG members today in supporting this discussion is that based on the board's preliminary discussions, they made two, I would say, decisions that are going to help guide the next steps for this discussion. The first is to really consider, is there actually greater transparency needed? Because if any new presentation requirements are brought into IPSAS, then they need to be able to enhance transparency and improve communications. The second is that after considering what a GFS aligned approach might look like and an IFRS aligned approach may look like, the board ultimately felt that an IFRS aligned approach would be more appropriate because it would be conceptually consistent with what we have in IPSAS. So with these two things in mind, what the IPSASB will be doing this week is to really answer those two questions, to really focus on those two major questions. The first is there a need for greater transparency and clearer communication about these revenue and expense items outside of surplus and deficit? And if so, how can they actually achieve that through the the creation of specific presentation requirements, and of course, how the guidance in IPSAS could really support the communication of what these requirements are and to help users better, entities better communicate with the users of their financial statements. Looking forward, what we're hoping to do is really land in a clear direction by the end of this December meeting. And that's why we're really looking forward to the advice from members to support the board in trying to land a clear direction so that the IPSASB will be able to really close off this topic in Q1 of 2025. So with that, I'm going to first present some of the key considerations on discussion A, so the first question here, at which point we'll take a pause and the chair will facilitate a round of discussions from CAG members, and then that will follow with the discussion on the question number 2. Now, as you've seen already, they do build upon each other, so we do expect it to be a little bit fluid, but I think nailing this first question really help us to better understand what is the transparency gap we're filling here, and therefore help to support the discussions on how to actually fill that. Oops. So the first thing we wanted to highlight to support this first discussion is that revenue and expense items all represent increases and decreases in an entity's net financial position, other than ownership contributions and distributions. And so from a public interest perspective, it is important for a reporting entity to be transparent about all of the revenues and expenses in its reporting period, regardless of whether it is in surplus or deficit or outside of surplus or deficit. That's really meant to help paint a fuller picture for users of the financial statement about the changes in the net financial position, as well as the entity's overall progress to achieve its service delivery objectives and support the public sector. This transparency is really what enables accountability and supports the decision-making in an effective way. Now, it is useful in general to separately present information in all sorts of forms, whether at the very high level aggregate or in the very detailed perspective. Separation and structure has always been very helpful to better communicate messages, but how it's done can really have a big impact. If it's done in the right way, it can help users as well as entities better differentiate and understand the nature, the quantity of various changes in the financial information and the position of the entity, as well as, again, the measure of the progress towards its objectives. But it seems from some of the research we've gathered and feedback we have from constituents that at the very least, the current requirements may actually be impeding this intention of having transparency and clear communications about an entity's financial performance and these movements in the net financial position of the entity. This is really for 2 main reasons that we have seen so far. The first, as noted earlier, the statement of changes in net asset equity is not a very prevalently used statement, which means that any information that's presented on the statement is not getting the same level of visibility or prominence as other financial information on other statements, in particular the statement of financial performance. The second is that the current IPSAS requirements, as they're currently written, are seen to be a little bit unclear for some entities, and it ends up at a more aggregated level of presentation information within the public sector financial statements in practice. Now, that does pose challenges, of course, because it does obscure the financial information and therefore reduce the transparency and understandability of that information for the users to ultimately hold the entities accountable and to support decision making. So with that in mind, the question we have here for Part A, so the first question here is really to gather CAG member advice to see, in your view, if we're considering the need of financial statement users to fully understand the changes in an entity's net financial position, and thinking about the limitations with the current IPSAS requirements, is there a need for greater transparency and clearer communication about revenue and expense items that are currently outside of surplus or deficit? So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. So looking for a lot of CAG members' comments on that, questions. Agnieszka, lead us off.
So just the first question, yes, so I'll be quick. I think that having a complete picture about performance in one place, whether it's one statement or 2 statements, it is a good idea, because the statement of equity is not just getting less attention, but it's also more broad in scope. So to take out the performance issues and build a complete picture, that's a good idea. And also there is a coming back question about why don't we have OCI in the public sector, and it will be coming back. So I think it's a good thing to deal with that question now.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Paul Gisby. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Our respondents definitely indicated that having something like OCI is definitely the right move for transparency reasons. The feedback I received was that an awful lot can be buried through reserves and taxpayers' equity, and particularly things like the changes in discount rate, for instance, can, in some circumstances have been indicated as being kind of the biggest impact, and yet are buried in reserves. So increasing the visibility of such income and expenditure is definitely thought to be to improve in transparency. And also some other respondents indicated that those who are perhaps more comfortable with IFRS regard the lack of an OCI as somewhat confusing. So, disparity away from IFRS-based accounts. The other feedback we received is at the moment it's difficult enough explaining to decision makers what goes through the statement of reserves or taxpayers' equity. So having this as a separate or a more visible disclosure will just increase the requests for information or the confusion. So the feeling was that having to explain such concepts, it will definitely require a strong educational element to be built into the change, perhaps with staff questions and answers, those sorts of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Any other comments? Yeah, Lena, and then Adnan. Thank you, Lena, and maybe good morning for you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good day to everyone. Yes, so on this first question, I think overall, there is a need for greater transparency and clearer communication whenever you have situations where revenue and expense are recognized outside of surplus or deficit in the financial statements. Anytime that there is variances on how like information is presented, I think there can be some confusion for users. So there's room for improvement there. For a lot of the reasons that Eileen, you had in those first slides. Some of the concerns that I might present here in terms of presenting items outside of surplus or deficit in financial statements are, and you've also presented some of those in that last slide, is that it does kind of open the door for preparers to perhaps analogize to do this for reasons other than those that might be allowed in specific IPSAS when accounting for items for which there's no specific standard in place. So you can have, I guess this is the risk of a potential inappropriate loading up of changes in the statement of changes in net assets or equity. And further, if these revenues and expense items are presented in too much of an aggregated manner, then it really doesn't become very useful for users and it's not transparent in the financial statements. Another consideration perhaps in some jurisdictions, and I'm including Canada as one of those, in the statement of operations, you do see instances of budget and actual figures being presented, and this is seen as a key accountability measure. So if items are recognized outside of surplus or deficit, they would not be subjected to this accountability measure of having that comparison right on a specific statement. Having said that, I think that there is good reason to at times present revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit, such as if an entity has no control over these items, it does make sense to separate them and provide that information in an open and transparent way. And for those items, perhaps having budget figures for those may not really be of information value in any case. So it sort of rebuts that potential risk there. So if we're in a situation where there could be increased revenue and expenses recognized directly in net assets, I think that one of the things that the IPSAS board may want to consider is being very explicit on why decisions would be made that way, and maybe even go down the path of what items would not be recognized, and be very explicit in kind of drawing that line. I know you weren't asking that specifically in this question, but that's kind of where my thought went next. Thank you.
Thank you, Lana. We'll go to Adnan next.
Thank you, Chair. I think I actually had a very good read through paragraph 13 on the agenda item with the location options that the staff have put together. And just even reading that puts in my mind that there are issues with going ahead and trying to make this into one statement and to keep it as it is. And I think from a UN system point of view, most of us actually opt for a more narrative approach in the explanation of the statement as it is. I think putting it together into one statement overall may cause even more confusion about what is an activity-related event versus something which comes from things outside of our control. And I think, as one of the previous speakers mentioned, perhaps maybe we would need a bit more clarity of what is it what we're trying to actually improve as being transparency around this, because I think there is a risk of users becoming disenchanted because they don't understand why we put everything under one statement, or that statements then need to be explained again for the same thing. So I think it would be useful to have a bit more work as to what this would look like. In respect of the question, is it necessarily a need to change? Do we need to change it to show the net financial position? I would say from my point of view, with the rest of the systems agencies, no, we don't feel it. But then there are entities which I assume it would make it clearer for. And I think maybe the staff need to understand, is this something that is an option that is chosen rather than necessarily a requirement, so that we can actually use it on the basis of where it adds clarity, an option of a statement or additional note could be put to place. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. I go to Anthony next, and I've got Timothy and Key. So Anthony.
Look, thank you, Chair. And I'm a little challenged to answer just the first part of this question, similar to other CAG members, as it does lead very much to the solutions provided as well. But looking at that first part of the question, I have always had a strong response from users of financial statements around the importance of focusing on ongoing operations. And so when I look at the question, the transparency exists. The other comprehensive income, or that income operating outside of operating expenditure, does exist and is transparent in the statement of equity. The question around needing to fully understand the changes in an entity's net financial position probably leads me more down an education or a narrative path, as mentioned earlier, rather than potential changes to financial statements and other papers. It would be quite difficult, and I think it would translate to a similar problem that isn't about greater transparency. It's about greater education of any changes that would subsequently be made. So given the priority of ongoing operations over that income outside of ongoing operations, then I would probably be leaning more towards a status quo, which then, as I said, apologies for jumping to the next question, but it may be that a simple solution may be to just increase the focus through the title of the statement of changes to include other comprehensive income or something similar, to help that education by giving it greater prominence in the title rather than changing the detail to aggregate or those sorts of things. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Thank you for the challenges raised. Timothy?
Thanks. And again, I'm, I suppose, talking from a little bit of the layperson's perspective at the personal level. But I mean, I think the answer is yes in terms of transparency, but I think there is this issue. So, and I think one needs to recognize both and understanding the total and the comprehensive picture of the net financial position and any changes is important, but it's going to be more important for certain entities and in certain cases than in others. But then it's important to distinguish the source of those changes and whether the entity has control over that or not. So I think the distinction is important, but taking a step back, I think we always need to bear in mind what decisions we are trying to influence or what accountability we are trying to ensure through this process and through this presentation. And I don't want to sort of preempt the issue of solutions, but I think there is a bit of it depends on the entity. And the context is one of the sort of the unsatisfactory conclusions of making those statements. And that there might be an option-based approach to this in terms of how things are presented. But I think both the total and making the distinctions are important.
Thank you, Timothy. Key, and I've got Raman Joffrey.
Okay,
Key, your
thanks.
turn.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think before answering this question, we should know the correct definition of transparency. In my opinion, transparency in financial reporting means providing clear and accessible information to users. However, this does not mean including every details, as too much information can lead to confusion. For public sector financial statements, the primary users are resource providers, like bond investors and the service recipients, such as general public. These users have different needs compared to private sector users. To general public, for example, focus on how money is raised, where it is spent, and whether government services are efficient and fair. They often lack the financial expertise to interpret complex concepts like other comprehensive income, including OCI in statement of financial performance, could mislead users into thinking it represents available resources, which is not true. Presenting OCI as separate components on the statements of changes in net assets, as IPSASB currently does, ensues clarity. I think which could help information users distinguish the realized income and unrealized income through the items location in different statements. Presenting OCI as a separate components on the statement of changes in net assets also allows stakeholders to focus on the operational performance and avoids unnecessary complexity. Change this approach may confuse users without adding significant value. Therefore, I believe current presentation is okay, and there is no strong need to relocate OCI on the statement of financial performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Key. Point well taken. Ram?
In fact, I would say that transparency is very important, no doubt about it. Usually separate disclosure or not making it a part of the expense or revenue is done for an item which is material enough and which needs to be disclosed separately, and which perhaps is not as a result of the operations over which the organization has direct control. But if it is otherwise, then what would happen is that most of the items will go out of the surplus and deficit and would be shown separately, then the surplus deficit itself will not have any meaning. So if we are going to do it on by saying that it will improve transparency, perhaps we have to be very clear that separate disclosure of it, is it going to increase the transparency, or it is going to confuse the people or the readers of the statement as such. So it should be done selectively for those items which you need to show separately because they serve a particular purpose. Otherwise, perhaps we have to be very careful while exercising it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. Geoffrey, unless you want to. Okay, so Geoffrey, go ahead, and then Eileen will respond.
Thank you very much. I have 3 points. The first is I can't help think that it's better to put this information all in the same place, because otherwise the information is there, but just somewhere else. So you know, it's cleaner. It's not as if the information wouldn't be there if it wasn't in the main or the income and expenditure. My second point is I find the term other comprehensive income extremely unintuitive. You know, I can't actually work out what it means from the description. You know, what's the opposite to that? Non-comprehensive income? I mean, is it material income, or is it just other income, or whatever? But other comprehensive income is very, very bizarre. And my third point is this issue about whether the institution or whatever has control over the income. And I think that's actually much easier to say than to prove this control. And I sort of been trying to work out what actually the reason is for this discussion and why it's so important. And I think somebody said near the beginning of the discussion that there must be a big temptation to put this information in the reserves rather than on the on the main account. So you know, anything that adds to a lack of clarity on this, I think, should perhaps be avoided. Thank you.
Thank you, Geoffrey. Eileen?
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, members, for the comments on this first discussion, because I do think it highlights some of the challenges the IPSASB had also had during its very early preliminary discussions. 3 things I did want to clarify, just to make sure that you know, we're engaging in the right discussion here, is the considerations the board is taking on in this project about presenting the revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit. That discussion and the conclusions that it may reach here for its consultation paper do not change whether or not an item of revenue or an item of expenses is now going to be in surplus or deficit instead of outside of surplus or deficit. So in terms of the potential impact on transparency and clarity of items that are in surplus or deficit currently isn't really a concern in that sense. It's actually more just focused on revenue and expense items that are currently in the statement of changes in net asset equity, which is not very well seen, not very prominent. That is where, you know, information is currently being buried, and thus a user of the financial statements is not getting the 100% picture about financial performance at this time. So I think it's very interesting already to hear some of the thoughts on option 1. I know a few members mentioned that if we have every single revenue and expense item, whether in surplus or deficit or below that portion as outside of surplus or deficit on a single statement, might actually result in some further confusion or potential miscommunication. And I think this really ties into some of the points we have on discussion item 2, where we're talking about, well, where else could you potentially locate it if it's not on the equity statement and not on the statement of financial performance in the same place as all of those in surplus or deficit, and also that terminology piece to say, how do we really clarify what this really is? So I thought that might be a good segue for us to get into the second discussion. Yeah, okay. So the second section of this paper is really thinking about, if members are in agreement that there is a need for greater transparency. And I think in general for CAG members at the moment, it's a mixed view. It sounds like there's maybe other ways that we can manage narrative rather than transparency, whereas there is other, I think, thoughts around the table and online where there is actually a need for transparency. So one of the considerations we had this quarter to try to further this conversation is thinking about if we were to enhance transparency and communication, how could we really do that from a standard setting perspective? And that's where this element of location and terminology come up. Now, I won't go through too much about either because I think members have already started discussing some of the thoughts on the analysis here. With location, I think the one thing I want to note here is this is really just essentially taking what is currently in the equity statement and maybe moving it elsewhere. That's what this location conversation is about. So option 3 would essentially be you leave it where it is now. It's still going to be in the statement of changes in net asset equity, but perhaps there's something else that the board can consider in terms of enhancing the IPSAS 1 requirements that are currently there to make it clearer about the level of aggregation, disaggregation, and the narrative that builds around it. Option 1 and 2, I would say, are the IFRS aligned considerations. So option 1 would have been one really large statement of financial performance that has all revenues and all expenses, but it would still be in 2 separate sections. So you are still separately presenting revenue and expenses that are in surplus and deficit as the top section, and then the second section below it would be the revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit. So that would be option 1. And the paper did note some benefits and of course some drawbacks. And I think one of those drawbacks a member had already flagged in the earlier discussion that, you do have a really large document, all the information is in one place. Maybe that does actually make it more difficult for a user to understand. Option 2 is essentially taking those 2 pieces and actually breaking it out to 2 separate statements. That would mean that the statement of financial performance, nothing changes on that outside of the other elements of discussion we have at the board on categories and subtotals. But the revenue and expenses that were outside of surplus or deficit would essentially get moved out of the statement of changes in net asset equity and put into a completely brand new statement, title pending, but that way it would become, one full set of financial statements where financial performance information is presented in 2 locations. No, so that's the location consideration. And so we're interested in if there's further thoughts from CAG members about that. And hopefully it's clarified a little bit more about what exactly the board will actually consider. It's not changing the allocations. It's more just where do you put this information in the financial statements. The second is terminology. And I think CAG members picked up pretty quickly that we're talking about OCI without using the term OCI here. And one thing that really stuck out to me in doing the analysis and kind of looking at the research is the term other comprehensive income doesn't really work well on the private sector either. And the one thing that their board, IASB, had flagged too is that, they do appreciate that constituents respond to them as well and said, this term is confusing. I'm not sure I understand it. And so they wanted to make it clear in their basis for conclusions that it's just a term they're using to try to talk about this grouping of revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit without using the 20 words I just used to try and describe them. So OCI was really just meant to be a term they use in their guidance to try to describe this grouping of revenue and expense items, and they allowed entities to use any label or term they feel would more faithfully represent their revenue and expenses that are outside of surplus or deficit, and that better resonate with their users. And so that's something I think really stuck out to me from just coming off revenue as well, where we talked about compliance obligations and performance obligations, and there isn't like the same requirement from us that on the statements entities must present binding arrangement liability or binding arrangement receivable. That really wasn't the intention. It was just for the board to be able to write IPSAS 47 using terminology that can help clarify the concepts. So it's a very similar, I think, challenge that we're seeing here on the presentation of financial statements project, where if we do pick a term, that isn't necessarily OCI. We're trying to find something that will resonate with the majority of users in the public sector to try to capture what these types of revenue and expenses generally are. So whether uncontrolled, unrealized, et cetera. So I think right now we're not looking to land an official decision. Of course, it's really helpful for us to hear from CAG members about your initial thinking on these location options and terminology options. And if you do have any really great ideas on terminology, we would love to hear it, because it can definitely be very challenging to pick a good term. And ultimately, it's there for us to help users understand the bucket of revenue and expense items outside of surplus or deficit, and for the reporting entity to also try to really capture the nature of these types of changes in the entity's net financial position. So with that, I'll pass it back to the chair to facilitate that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen. Just bear with me. Yeah, so we've heard from CAG members already mixed views on locations and even ideas as to having optional requirements. Well, so maybe you want to add more with what Eileen told us, actually. So I've got Julie online, I've got Agnieszka and Gustavo. So I'll start with Julie.
Thank you, Fabian. The point I wanted to raise was conversions with IFRS. Many governmental entities issue consolidated financial statements with entities that implement IFRS, and significant diversions from IFRS standards will present an issue for consolidation. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I go to Agnieszka next.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, on options, so I've already said I'm sort of against option 3, and I was not very determined to have option 1 or 2. So my thinking was rather leave the option for the jurisdiction. I can hear those saying that putting everything in one statement could be misleading because the users would not understand. But anyway, we should find a way to explain, because we are talking about performance, and if we somehow are discussing everything around performance, if there are different items, some influencing surplus or deficit, some not, this is performance as well. So we should find a way to explain this. But I think that optional approach for the jurisdiction, probably not for the individual entity, would be a good solution. On terminology, I agree that this other comprehensive income is not a very good term, even for the private sector, with the word comprehensive being the main culprit here. I thought something connected with performance, like, for example, other performance items or something like that. But referring to performance, not something comprehensive, not necessarily knowing what. And of course, as it appears from your papers, like the understanding of what's behind. I know, Eileen, you don't want to discuss what's behind all those notions, but to discuss about presentation, you have to have in mind what's behind that. And as for now, the notion of OCI in the private sector is more similar, but as you said, there is no principle of what items we put into this outside surplus and deficit category. So probably in the future, the board against using the same term as in the private sector, even though we want to be consistent to the extent possible with the private sector. And there is one thing that hasn't popped up so far. I think that in terms of having a complete picture about the performance and presentation, also a recycling issue is very important. So I think if we discuss presentation, we should also include the notion that it should be disclosed which of the items outside surplus and deficit are recyclable, so will be reclassified to surplus and deficit in the future. And also in the statement of performance for the certain period, it should be clear either on the face of it or in the notes which of the items were actually classified from OCI or other performance items to surplus and deficit. Thank you.
Thank you, Agnieszka. Gustavo?
Thank you. I support that the option should be given to jurisdiction. In Chile, for example, and I think in many other countries, the general public is more used to the format of the financial performance from IFRS. So it requires an extra effort to explain why we present these items in another financial statement. And it will also be in favor of for the public sector. But in some other jurisdiction, I think in UN, for example, I agree that maybe they don't need this, but because they don't use IFRS. So for them, it should be maybe more appropriate to maintain the current location. Thank you.
Thank you, Gustavo. I've got Key next.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I have different opinion because I think the term OCI is not the main issue here. The confusion arises when OCI is included in the statement of financial performance, which can lead users to misinterpret it as a part of operational results or available resources. To avoid this confusion, the best approach is to continue presenting OCI separately in the statement of changes in net assets as is currently done. To enhance transparency, I propose to add a note to statement of financial performance. This note would explain that certain unrealized non-operating and uncontrollable revenue and expense items are not included in the statement of financial performance, but are instead reported in the statement of changes in net assets. This note will help users better understand what OCI represents and where they can find it. It will also prevent any misunderstandings about the nature of these items. And another way to improve transparency is by ensuring that components of OCI are clearly listed in the statement of changes in net assets, rather than presenting OCI as a single aggregated amount. It's important to break it down according to its nature. This will provide users with a more detailed view of what is included in OCI. In a summary, I believe it's not necessary for IPSAS to fully align with IFRS, as they are designed to serve different sectors with distinct needs. Looking to IFRS for guidance can help save time, reduce uncertainty, and lower the risks of making mistake. But the public sector is very different from private sector in terms of goals, ownerships, and governance and funding methods. This difference means IFRS, which is profit focused, does not fully meet the information needs of public sector entities. Exploring innovative approach to meet the public sector special needs could help IPSAS stay relevant and maintain its competitiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Key. I'm conscious of the time, so Eileen, you may come in, and then for the remaining 4 members that would like to comment, I'd like you to keep 5 members. I'd like you to keep those comments really short. Eileen, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I realize we're getting to the break now. So if members do have a more detailed comment, please feel free to email us, and we can definitely consider that and feed into the board discussion later this week. So one thing I did want to clarify, in case that does support the remaining members with their comments, is regardless of which option we're going with, we should just make it clear that, whether you call it OCI or OPI or anything else, we're not talking about aggregating this further. If anything, right now, one of the challenges with current IPSAS is that it may lead users to aggregate information in a way that sort of buries everything under one line or one number. So there's no intention right now about aggregation. It's really about how do we make sure that it's getting the right, attention that it deserves, so that users understand the full picture about financial performance. So right now, it does sound like option 1 doesn't really have strong appetite, but I think there is still the possibility of option 2, where the items that are outside of surplus or deficit are not in the statement of net assets equity or put into the statement of financial performance. There is an option, which is also available under IFRS, to actually have a brand new statement that is essentially a second financial performance statement with a whole new name, that will present these other revenue and expense items that are not ordinary, unrealized, uncontrolled, et cetera, that can also be supported by the sort of narrative note disclosure to provide a bit more information about it. So I think there are some options. We're not limited in this way to only option 1 or option 3, but hopefully that helps to kind of color some of the upcoming comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Eileen. I retake one sentence from each of you. I'm sorry about that, but we're running out of time. And as Eileen said, if you do have more comments, please provide them in writing. So Adnan, just for one sentence each, please.
Okay, I agree with Key. I think what he said was absolutely spot on. So I endorse those views. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. Paul?
Well, we would like either a choice between option 1 and option 2. There was discussion that the statement, including as a statement of financial performance, would be better, but a lot of people would prefer the option to disclose it as a separate statement, giving added prominence to. Sorry, can you not hear me?
It's a bit low, but maybe if you can speak a bit. Yeah.
Basically, well, we do think there is a need to increase the prominence of the statement, and we were split between people that would prefer adding it to the statement of financial performance, because they thought that it would be difficult then to have to explain the relation with the other primary statements if it was a separate statement, but other people wanted a separate statement for added prominence. But if I can just also support Agnieszka in saying that we do think it's important that the IPSASB looks at specifying what items should be included in any separate statement or as OCI, and IPSAS looked at this and really struggled with it as well. We think this is important for clarity.
Thank you, Paul. Anthony?
Look, to keep it brief in relation to option 2, I'd say users predominantly focus on financial position. and financial performance. And part of the challenge is that they aren't focusing on the changes in equity. So 2 out of 3, adding a 4th by separating it may actually add to the confusion rather than enhance transparency, which is the objective, certainly would for the trees argument. The other quick statement I'd make as well is that although not the presentation, by looking at what is included in ongoing versus outside of ongoing, that may help to clarify. So it may just be an order issue, that looking at that part of the puzzle first may be more beneficial to the presentation, discussion and issues subsequently. Thanks.
Thank you, Anthony. Lana?
Thank you, Chair. So briefly on the options, I don't see a compelling reason to deviate from IFRS, which allows an entity to choose presentation. So that would align with either option 1 or option 2. I think that it's important for IPSASB to think about the future proofing, as more items might be put into this potential other category, maybe with the Tangible Natural Resources project coming. I think it is good to think forward and to emphasize this potential change and to put some resources and thinking behind it. In terms of terms, I think others have talked about their views on OCI and potential that not being the best terminology for public sector. Maybe to keep it simple, I was thinking terms like just overall surplus or deficit or total surplus or deficit would kind of keep it simple, but speak to the readers that there's both revenues and expenses that are charged to surplus or deficit and those that are charged directly to net assets or equity. Thank you.
Thank you, Lena. Tim?
Okay, so very briefly, in consulting with colleagues, we were veering towards option 1. They're based on the sort of justification of better to be comprehensive, and that enables comparability. But also based on this discussion, the option-based approach may well also be a favorable one if that is an option. And then this is, personally as a layperson, yes, OCI doesn't mean anything to me at all. But 2 things that sort of struck out from reading the paper was making clear what is within the control and outside the control of the entity, and then what is actually affecting operational performance or the ability of an entity to achieve its delivery role or mandate as well, and what is a change that is a change in value, but is not necessarily material to it performing its function. So those are 2 things that as a layperson would be important to distinguish.
Thank you, Tim. Last but not least, Paul, very, very shortly.
Okay, yeah, I thought I knew which option I wanted before I started, but I'm confused and I can't decide now, so I'll talk about OCI. So with OCI, what I would say is unless somebody has a real flash of inspiration, I wouldn't bother changing it. Don't replace one meaningless term with another. There's always a risk.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, I think do have all, well, do covered all the CAG members. So Eileen, do you have anything to add before we break up for the break?
No, I'm probably not anyone's favorite person right now holding you from the break. So big thank you for the members and the advice that you've given us. If there are further comments, my email's available, so please reach out. But this discussion, I think, really highlights why this has been a challenging area for the board in the past. And I think it's going to be an interesting discussion on Wednesday. So thanks very much. No easy answers here, but I think that's why we have some great minds in the room and on Zoom. Thank you. Enjoy your coffee.
Yeah, thank you for your patience. And unfortunately, we have to keep the break short. So be back in the room at 3:30, please. Thank you. Okay, right. Thank you for joining us back to the room and online. So if you can turn your cameras on online. So it's time now to launch our last session of today's meeting. And I know you've all been waiting all day to uncover what staff has in store for you for sustainability reporting. So we've already discussed this morning a bit of sustainability reporting, and you'll remember that the IPSASB published its first ever exposure draft on climate-related disclosure in September. So to lead us through today's presentation, I'd like to welcome Celine, who is online. Celine will take us through the next steps that could be envisaged by the IPSASB to advance public sector sustainability reporting. Celine, can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, very
Can you
good.
hear me?
Yeah. Okay, then over to you.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. I will share my slides here 1 second. All right. So as Fabien mentioned, we're gonna touch on the final item, agenda item 7 on sustainability. So as you know, we have launched our climate-related disclosures public consultation, and so in this period where we are doing a lot of outreach, we are engaging with various stakeholders, launching various other activities like our Sustainable Implementation Forum. We thought that it would be also a good time to start thinking about our other research and scoping projects. We know that we will get busy again and we'll focus on climate again once we get our comments back. But in this time, thinking ahead about other priority topics that we have pre-committed to that we may consider consulting on later in the year. We wanted to take this opportunity to discuss with the CAG and the board about these priority projects and how the board should be thinking about them. So if we reflect back to 2022, a couple of years ago, we've come a long way, and we have already, taken some decisions and thoughts about the approach to sustainability reporting. Certainly in May 2022, we had the consultation paper where we received strong support and had a lot of discussions with the CAG and received CAG advice on the proposals in the consultation paper, as well as the comments and analysis following that. And then later in the year, following the review and analysis of comments from constituents, the board decided to prioritize 3 projects for research and scoping. So these are the committed projects for research and scoping that we'd be looking to consider and assess. And those 3, as a reminder, were the general sustainability-related disclosures, the climate-related disclosures, and then a natural resource project following on our financial reporting natural resource project. And with that, we spent the first half of 2023 thinking about research and scoping and the key issues that came out of the consultation paper. Issues including how we would approach sustainability reporting, ensuring we have the right sustainability expertise, ensuring we work with haste, and leveraging how we would leverage private sector standards. And we came up with this wheel, this sort of scoping assumptions framework that you may recall from 2023. And it's really what the board determined would be building our sustainability reporting standards based on the feedback we heard from the consultation paper, so that top left orange quadrant, and then looking to the conceptual framework to the right, that dark blue, our IPSASB conceptual framework, to provide the conceptual lens and public sector, framework and guidance for us to think about when we're developing the sustainability standards. And then looking to private sector guidance. So with support from the consultation paper, building off of IPSASB and GRI, namely, and thinking about how we leverage those. So we have built on this for the climate-related disclosure standard, and we think it would continue to be an important foundation for thinking about potential future projects and taking this approach. And so in the next few slides and minutes, we'll talk about the next projects that we're thinking about in the lens of both this scoping assumptions wheel framework, as well as those 4 criteria for looking at project prioritization that is in the strategy and work program. So prevalence, urgency, consequences, and feasibility. So to start with, when we think about this wheel and the different quadrants, we wanted to reflect a little bit on the conceptual framework first and the IPSASB's role in sustainability reporting. Particularly as we think about the scope of the IPSASB's role, given as we thought about the other projects, some of them have very broad scopes and very broad ranging issues. And so to try and help think about the right information that would be provided in those disclosures or required in those disclosures, we wanted to take it back to our conceptual framework and think about the IPSASB's role, our strategic objective, and the objectives of reporting. So for the IPSASB's role, our strategic objectives focused on PFM and sustainability development to promote an increasing adoption and implementation of our standards. And that is really focused around quality publications and reporting by public sector entities around preparation of GPFRs, so general purpose financial reports. And that's aligned with our conceptual framework, which is written for conceptual framework for general purpose financial reports, providing information about the entity that is useful to users of GPFR accountability purposes and decision making. So in that, of course, there is built in a lot of key concepts who are our primary users, being service recipients and resource providers, and really focused on those objectives of accountability and decision making. So what information is really important for accountability and decision making? That extends in the public sector to, of course, the financial statements, but information about service performance, the ability to continue providing service performance, how resources are managed going forward and into the long term. And so those elements of GPFR extending beyond GPFS is a key part of reporting for public sector entities, and is included and considered in our conceptual framework. And so when we think about our remit and where sustainability reporting extends for us, it would be really within that lighter blue box. GPFRs provide that information that enhances, complements, and supplements the GPFS. And so it's still really linked to and closely tied to GPFS, but it provides that additional information. And so as I mentioned, when we thought about this, we were trying to think about framing it in the context of future projects. And this can help guide us when we're thinking about the scoping of potential projects. As I mentioned, sustainable information can be quite broad and expensive. And so how do we approach scoping when we think about future research projects on significant, other issues that are, across the ESG topics? And then it clarifies our position of the SRS in the sustainability reporting landscape, where there are there's some different standards and different reports that can be provided. So we'll come back to start talking about this. We'll go through the the presentation, and then we'll turn to our questions around IPSASB's remit and this sort of framework and thinking about the conceptual framework to guide our thinking on research and scoping of future projects. So with that, I'll turn to the prevalence, the 4 criteria for project prioritization. And we'll think about that in context of, I'll briefly go over each of the 3 proposals. So you'll see there's the general sustainability-related disclosures and nature-related disclosures, which were pre-committed in December 2022. But we've also added, and staff have considered, the potential for doing a project where we would make the RPG1 and RPG3 into authoritative guidance, since they're currently non-mandatory guidance. And so I'll walk through each of these 3 and highlight some of the key issues or key considerations across those 4 project prioritization criteria. So authoritative guidance based on RPG1 and RPG3. So these are really around the long-term fiscal reporting on long-term fiscal sustainability and service program information. And we reflected on this and how things have really progressed over the last year. When we developed climate-related disclosures, we really brought in a lot of the concepts based on RPG1 and RPG3, bringing in long-term fiscal sustainability as a key part when we're thinking about the risks and opportunities to an entity's own operations. That's really looking at your long-term fiscal sustainability. And then RPG3's and reporting on service program information really ties into a lot of our disclosures and thinking behind the reporting on climate-related public policy programs. And so these are really key when we think about the foundations of sustainability reporting. And we've, of course, received lots of feedback that these are great resources, but there's limited adoption and limited uptake given they're non-mandatory. And so these provide us really with a strong foundation to potentially progress quickly with producing other resources for reporting on sustainability. So it's highly feasible, and there is really that growing demand and need for thinking about these key issues in the sustainability space, where there's increasing importance and thought around long-term fiscal sustainability, particularly if you think about the investments needed going forward and thinking about the risks and opportunities across sustainability that will impact your long-term fiscal sustainability. So that's just a highlight of the thinking behind RPG 1 and 3 and how even just historically how there's been progress from our perspective, but also from even say the IPSASB. We see that they have the ISA 5000, which can now be considered, and I think was one of the key considerations for thinking about making an RPG standard mandatory was how it would be audited. And so that could be another consideration to help support the future thinking and auditability of such information. So the second project is the General Sustainability Related Disclosures project. And that is that would be based on IFRS S1. So we have the experience from, adapting or aligning our climate-related standards with IFRS S2. And so we could build off of that. But there will be some challenges, certainly our climate-related disclosure standard is still out for comment, so we will have to see how the feedback is on that. But there's also a lot of considerations we'd have to think around scope, because general sustainability-related disclosures would be really cross-cutting, and it would really be on other topics, which is great because there is definitely a call and need for guidance for other issues, particularly on societal issues, on the S of the ESG. And so it would create that opportunity and provide that that standard in the absence of topic specific standards, but at the same time it would, with public sector compared to private sector, it could be a very broad scope of information that the board would have to carefully consider how we scope it and the potential implementation challenges that will come with that. So it does give us some base that there is a private sector standard to start with, but we do expect that there could be also other significant challenges with the broad scope of a general sustainability related disclosure standard. And then finally, the third project that was pre-committed was the nature related disclosures. And so we've again heard from many that the environment and nature is critical for the public sector to report on. The public sector being a steward of nature and really holding a large amount of natural resources. But at the same time, we do see that this could be a significant challenge for us to start on, given there is no there are, private sector guidance is still developing. It's still quite recent. We know that the TNFD was finalized their framework just last year. The GRI has a framework, has a standard that is finalized but not yet adopted or effective. And the IPSASB has their biodiversity ecosystem and ecosystem services projects in the research and scoping phase as well. So they have yet to, they're still in their phase 1 of their project and have yet to progress or make any private sector base yet to start building off of. And it would be quite, a long process for us to spoke as well. So it would be quite a large project, but also on top of that, the scope of nature is quite large, it can be quite broad, and there's many different definitions of nature across all of the different standards. And so again, the IPSASB would really have to think about what would our scope for our nature-related disclosures project be? Would it be a smaller scope or take some specific topics? So that would be a key consideration for us. As well as we're also waiting the ongoing consultation of our tangible natural resources financial reporting project. So those are just some of the key considerations for a nature-related disclosures project, which may make it more challenging from a feasibility perspective. So that takes us to the questions. So we had a few questions. I think we can go through questions with one by one, and Fabienne will lead us through that. But certainly, there, as per the previous discussion, there may be a fluid discussion across the different topics. So I'll pass it over to Fabienne. You want to lead us through the questions?
Thank you, Celine. So you do have, as Celine said, 3 questions. I don't know whether we will have time to go through all the questions, but starting with the first one. So what are CAG members' views on the role of the IPSASB in sustainability reporting within the broader reporting landscape? So Helen?
So I think you have to finish what you started. You label them sustainability standards, so I don't think you can just stop at climate. I do think maybe the elephant is in the room is not mentioned on the slide, which is the European standards. And I would have thought many of the areas they picked up are very relevant. So I think you should try. One thing I would mention though, IS1, it heavily relies on the SASB standards. So if you don't fill that gap for the public sector, it's quite difficult because there isn't a SASB for the public sector.
Thank you, Ellen. Paul?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I was going to use the phrase "the genie's out of the bottle." I think once you've done the climate disclosure, so I think you need to press on with that. And I think the priority then, I think the nature thing might be all well and good, but I think the priority needs to be an S1 equivalent to then build off further topic standards beyond that. I don't know if there's another question that'll fit under, so I'll say it now. In terms of that S1, I appreciate that it's very broad scope. ESG across public sector can be huge. Equally, it's huge for the likes of Shell and BP and companies like that. So the scope is a challenge, but I did wonder whether there might be an option in the short term, at least, to focus just on own operations for the rest of S1 and then maybe transition to the policy activities over time just to get people started on it.
Thank you, Paul. I've got Agnieszka next.
So I agree that for the public sector, other matters than just environment are also very important, and I agree with Helen on that. I know that's also a resource issue, of course, but my understanding is that we are discussing right now long-term future strategy. So if we refer to that, so for social matters are definitely important for the public sector, but also the governance issues. And actually that came up to my mind while we were discussing this morning reimagining of the public sector. There are a lot of work done by different institutions, IPSASB as well, on issues referring to public financial management. And on that, some of the disclosures on governance referring to how the sectors are structured, where the decisions are taken, whether the risks referring to sustainability are taken into consideration, fiscal sustainability and issues like that. There's a lot of work done. There are also GRI standards referring to governance issues that probably could be also adopted for the public sector. As RSS in governance, they're not that developed, but they do have one standard on that as well. It seems that it could be an issue that that some, let's say, work could be done with not that many resources because of the actually literature that we do have right now. So to show how actually the decisions are made in terms of sustainability within the public sector.
Thank you, Agnieszka. So I go to those on the line. So I guess I've got Anthony first, then Paul and Timothy. Anthony, are you with us?
Yeah, sorry, I thought you said Agnieszka first. My apologies. Yeah, look, the representing both external audit and independent fiscal institutions over the last decade, long-term sustainability to me is the biggest gap in standards that exists in democratic jurisdictions with shorter term terms for Parliament. You know, there is that risk and challenge of taking a shorter term focus, and long-term fiscal sustainability does certainly enhance lifting the eyes over the horizon. In terms of consideration of the scope around it, certainly not just at the entity level, but at the whole of jurisdiction level, I think is absolutely critical, and settling in on consistent measures and ratios and indicators would be absolutely critical to then comparing that long-term fiscal sustainability, as well as the service performance information as well, and getting consistency. Done a lot of work around raising awareness around the importance of performance statements, making recommendations to government around them being audited and mandatory. And I think that's certainly an area that I think would provide tremendous value moving forward.
Thank you, Anthony. Paul?
Thank you, Chair. Again, I'd reinforce the message. I think we need to deliver what we've promised to deliver. I think the general sustainability related disclosures is important, not least just to set general principles, but obviously also to avoid having to repeat chunks of it in further standards put forward, such as we've seen with EDSRS1, for instance. But also we see this really being linked to the whole recommended practice guidance situation as well. So generally we regard narrative reporting in the public sector as a bit underdeveloped. And there's an increasing linkage between, or overlapping between, the RPGs, between financial statements information, and between the sustainability reporting standards. So it's not, we've had feedback that it's not just RPG 1 and 3, but also 2, and maybe to actually ascertain what elements of sustainability reporting may fit in the management report, may fit in actually in the financial statements. If, for instance, metrics are highly related to financial information, such as employees' own information, for instance. Basically, just to trying to get a holistic view of how all these different disclosure requirements fit together. I mean, we already have, I think, a potential overlap between RPG 3 and SRS ED1 in respect to the public policies programs disclosure. So I think this is an opportunity to actually rationalize the IPSAS requirements across those 3 areas and come up with a more holistic statement. And I think after looking at the 3 areas that have been promised, then perhaps it's time to sit back and actually get some more use the existing consultation responses and input you've had to come up with a more long-term work program timeline, because we know that the public sector entities are going to struggle to implement these standards and guidance, especially the smaller entities. So having some sort of longer-term timeline of when they could expect to see these coming down the pipeline, I think would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Timothy, and then I go to Jan.
Thanks. I mean, this is hard, and I think one thing sort of I haven't, and I think the issue here is how do we sort of constrain this and scope this into something that can remain meaningful. And I think one thing is really, can we come up with, to bound it, some kind of sort of clear definition of what sustainability means in this context? Because I think in the context of public sector reporting, because it could be everything to do with government. So I mean, if you take, the sustainable development goals, that involves, lots of different elements of government. Or if you take the sort of a narrower private sector ESG definition, then it's narrower. But I think there's something in between, and there's also a difference between what an entity is reporting and what the whole of government is reporting, and how do we bound it? That said, I think it is important. It's sensible to start with the sort of climate and natural resources agenda, but I think there is, and obviously, given the earlier session on reimagining public finance, taking a public policy sort of outcome focus can it, in many ways, these guidance provide a framework within which to work, rather than trying to solve the problem of every, and create standards around every sort of aspect of or that might be considered social, sustainability in the public sector, because we've heard financial sustainability, social sustainability, environmental sustainability. So what does that actually mean? I think would help scope this, because I think it could be interpreted in multiple different ways. But I think this, I mean, using sort of RPG1 and RPG3 as a basis and saying, is this doing enough? And then thinking about, you know, is a good starting point. So I think this, but I think maybe creating some boundaries up front will actually help manage in terms of defining sustainability within the different spaces is something we should think about to try and sort of manage the expectations, because yes, the genie is out of the bottle, but how big is that genie? I mean, how big is the agenda? So I think create, you know, rather than creating expectations for everything, is to bound it to something that is manageable. So yes, so I think that's my main sort of caveat, but this is, I mean, still we are supportive of IPSASB being in this space and moving beyond climate, starting with climate and natural resources, yes, but going beyond it is important, but bound it to make sure it's something that is controllable and achievable.
Thank you, Tim. Ian?
I'm almost not sure I need to make my intervention now, listening to what Tim has just said there. But I think probably in reflecting on this, I think, you know, there's no doubt about, from a public interest perspective, there's a lot of interest from various different constituencies in terms of particularly social and governance aspects, and you know, obviously that's very much present in climate-related disclosures, you know, even before you get into to other areas. And I think, you know, Tim just made the point very clearly. What we're trying to do is work out what the boundaries should be in terms of what this board is actually doing here, which is not to denigrate in any way the value of that broader reporting for particular groups and so on. But in a way, that really underlines why, when we thought about climate-related disclosures and scoping that and so on, we said, well, let's go back to the conceptual framework. And in thinking about that, then we were, you know, and thinking about that in the context of how we developed climate-related disclosures, that was where we went back to accountability and decision making. We went back to primary users, service recipients and resource providers. And that really was one of the, you know, that thinking was what led us to focus on outcomes rather than impacts. And in thinking about that, essentially, we looked at outcomes as direct impacts as a result of the activities that the entity has actually undertaken in terms of what is it trying to do. And that's quite a hard, you know, it's quite hard to articulate that. And I think generally, you know, it sort of gets lost in various different debates. But I think it is that point about outcomes as direct impacts rather than, and as a subset of all impacts. And when you start to look at it through that lens, then that makes some sense of the fact that actually others have taken a broader landscape. You know, and I personally, that's where I think, you know, if you look at GRI, its impacts, it's all impacts, all potential impacts. ESRS have also taken that broader landscape. But I think it comes back to perhaps what the point that Tim was making is, you know, what is meaningful in terms of the users that we are trying to service. And that's where I think, you know, there is an honest debate here, but I do think that the conceptual framework is a really important framing document for our debates, and also how, again, Tim's point about setting expectations, because I think that is absolutely crucial that we do set expectations here. And some of this probably will come down to communication in the end. Last point I would make, though, is it's really interesting having this debate. I think it'd be very helpful input to the board's debate, and to remind us that we are not making any decisions at this stage. This is actually thinking through what might go in that consultation on potential future projects that the board will put out towards the end of 2025. So I think this is all, it's a very legitimate debate. And I think, obviously, Fabienne, you're controlling the CAG agenda, but without giving too much away, I suspect we'll be asking the CAG more questions in June on this when we start to, when the board's taken its thinking further. But I think that point about boundary GPFRs, financial reports, rather than all reports, and thinking about users and so on, those are going to be the things that the board will need to weight in terms of the recommendations going forwards.
Thank you, Jan. We do have a bit more time to go through the 2 remaining questions. So the next question was, how would you recommend the IPSASB guide the research on scoping of future sustainability reporting projects? And maybe we can group it with the last question. What comments do CAG members have for the IPSASB to consider in prioritizing its future projects within the IPSASB Sustainability Work Programme? So some of you may have touched on that already, but maybe more specific. So if you could raise your flags and provide comments. Gustavo, thank you. And then I've got Anthony. Gustavo first.
Thank you. I would like to highlight the role of IPSASB as with a focus of the public sector specific issues. And I think we should definitely follow the IFRS in their advances, but also concern about specific responsibilities of the public sector as a steward of the environment. And it needs, of course, to be considered with other projects, but we should definitely advance on the nature disclosures following the ED 92.
Thank you, Gustavo. Anthony?
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to make a quick comment, just tying back an earlier statement from the presentations this morning around the need to absorb the existing sustainability exposure draft in place, and I wonder whether doing additional work around natural resources or impacts from an environmental sustainability point of view may be a pace of change that may be too high for some jurisdictions. I don't know the answer to it, but I think the question is quite important to ask.
Thank you, Anthony. Adnan next.
Thank you, Chair. Just, sorry, I think for the IPSAS board to think about is also, where do we go from here when we get the standards? And I think reaching out probably to other institutions like InterSci or some of those who are the auditors of this, are we expecting, who are we expecting to actually look at these implementations and standards, and who is actually going to certify at a certain point that these standards are actually being met? And I think reaching out early on to figure out how that's going to be done is probably very important for some of us, because it does actually say to where do we actually go for advice, or where do we go to actually get this sort of expertise for the general purpose financial reports above the general purpose financial statements. Thank you.
Thank you, Adnan. I'll go to Ellen and Mia then.
Sorry, one small observation I observed recently, that when the TCFD was assumed into IPSASB, one of their roles is now also to do a major report on progress. And the first report came out. I just wondered whether the IPSASB will be taking up a similar type of oversight role or not.
I think the right way to respond to that would be no immediate plans.
And just if you don't know, I think only 82% of companies actually reported against one of the 11 recommendations, and it's 2 or 3% that are doing them all. So everybody's quite behind the curve, I think.
Thank you, Ellen. Mia?
I think Adnan made a really good point. I just wanted to add something to that in terms of the role of auditors when it comes to these sustainability standards. This is why it would be good to perhaps be transparent about what's coming in the next, 5 or so year period in terms of the development of these standards. And so to have InterSci and other stakeholders, auditors on board and kind of following IPSASB with their plans in terms of capacity development, audit of these or the auditing perspective as well. So it'd be good to have this kind of strategy in place so that people know, stakeholders know what's coming, what is planned, just similar to the financial reporting standards as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. Any other comment at this stage? Celine, would you want to provide additional information or respond or comment on some CAG's comments?
Thank you for those comments. Certainly, we've started to have some engagement with IPSASB and different size there's many jurisdictions who are really interested, and their size are engaging and almost ready to push ahead their public sector entities to start looking at this. So we'll continue that engagement and make sure that we have those discussions even now during our consultation period for the climate-related disclosures. Thank you for your comments so far.
Well, yeah, thank you very much for all those comments. Very useful. I'm sure staff has a lot and the board has a lot to feed the discussions for the rest of the week. So really, thank you very much for your contributions today. And now the meeting is drawing to a close. So thank you for attending the various sessions today and for providing very good quality, again, on high-level comments to the IPSASB. I believe we covered a lot of grounds today, really. I'm sure IPSASB members will make good use of your inputs on the various topics we've raised today. So a huge thank you to our host again for accommodating our meeting today and facilitating the various sessions in very different formats we've been able to hold, thanks to our hosts and valuable support. And thank you also to Leah for coordinating. And big thank you to Eileen. She's been a great help. So, and thank you also to all the staff for the very good papers, agenda papers, very good level agenda papers, very good questions, and for the presentations. Okay, so before we close today, Eileen has got some information for you for tonight's dinner, actually.
Thank you, Chair. So while everyone is packing up, just wanted to share that for tonight's dinner, there will be a bus that is leaving at 6:30 from the Rosh Rayhan Hotel. So if you can meet in the lobby by 6:25, that does ensure that we have some time to just load everyone on the bus and be able to get there on time. The dinner is going to be at Bob Samhan Hotel at the Diriyah. It's about 7:30 to 10 p.m. is the general time frame, and the dress is business casual. So if you have any questions, do let us know. But 6:25 in the lobby of Rosh Rayhan to get started. Thanks very much. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Eileen. So it's going to be a very nice dinner. So I'll now ask observers to leave the room, please, and we'll have the closed session with CAG members only, in person and online, so please do not disconnect yet. We'll start in 5 minutes for those online to allow observers to leave the room. So bye-bye for now for all the observers.